Hello there! We can start our stream right now. Perfect. I'm streaming. We are live. We are ready to start. Right now, it's the fifth round of 22nd International Karpov Chess Tournament. So, the fifth round just started 3 minutes ago. Perfect. So right now you might see the grandmasters in the tournament hall and the first moves in every game. Before discussing the moves, I want to tell you about the schedule and rank before the fifth round. So, Amin Tabatabai is the leader of the tournament with 3 points from 4 rounds. Shan Sargsyan takes the second place of 2.5 from 4 in total. 6 people sharing the places from 3rd to 8th. They are Raunak Sathwani, Aik Martirosyan, Arseniy Nesterov, Vladimir Malakhov, Vladislav Artemiev, and Sanan Sugirov. Francisco Vallejo-Pons takes the 9th place, and Shamsuddin Wahidov right now has only 1 point from 4 rounds, and he has a 10th place. So, as you can see, there are journalists and photographers in the tournament hall because it's just the first minutes of the round, so it's possible for them, make some photos to magazines, newspapers, and other social media. And right now, let's start to discuss the openings in this round. So, the first board. Aik Martirosyan plays with Raunak Sathwani right now, and this opening is Nimzo Indian defense. As you know, after d4, knight f6, c4 e6, and knight c3, bishop b4, in Russian language it calls Nimzovich defense, but in English it's Nimzo Indian defense without, influence of Nimzovich. Interesting. So it's kind of discrimination of him. So queen c2, it's a second move of popularity right here. d5, takes, and bishop f4. Usually it's a very calm, solid variation, but it depends on next move of the black. There are 2 directions here. 2 different schemes from them. The first one is solid structure with c6 move, this pawn chain in the center, Carlsbad structure after e3. The main idea of white is minor offensive in the queen side with a3, b4, rook b1, and all this typical thing for the white. And the second direction right here, it's a schemes after the c5, because it's look like an Isolani or potential Isolani on d5. So of course it's not very good to take it right here. No, my bad. It's the best move. So taking on c5 after the c5 and playing against the Isolani e3, so the evaluation is equal, and this position was no, it was a right word for the situations. So wherever typical positions with isolated pawn on d5, the main idea of black is playing middle game with outpost for the knight and semi-open line e for the rooks. So as for white, they want to go to the end game, because isolated pawn in the end game, its weakness for the double rook on d-file, for example, or something like that. So right now it's time to choose, because of course you can play short castling, delaying this time of choice, but after the next move you should do it again, c5 or c6, one direction in this situation. So we will look at the choice, because c5, it looks like more aggressive, trying to win this game, and c6, it's a solid structure that's good for the, black side, because of course it's harder to play to the winning when you has a black side in the game. Because white has a right of the first move, it's, predictable. As for the second board, let's look at that. Malakhov Vladimir plays white. His opponent is Nesterov Arseniy. What's happening here? Let's look from the beginning. So, knight f3, d5, e3. Very modest choice. Okay, statistics says that it's called Zukertort opening. Okay, c4, knight c3, so b3. White delays a d4 move in the center because they want to, keep the bishop in the long diagonal opened. Okay, bishop b2 takes, g3, and 2 fianchetto will be here. Usually, we are trying to create a harmony structure of pawn in the center, so this type of pawn looks like strange. But it's enough piece, to protect light squares, and there are 3, e4, d5, and all these things. But as for g3, usually it's non-using so often, because when you going away by your light bishop on g2, so nobody protect the d3 square. As for me, but whatever, for me or not for me, I am looking at the statistics, so grandmasters really like this variation for white and for black. For example, Denis Hismatulin plays it with Ernesto Norkiev in 2018 year. So statistics said that everything is good for the both sides, nothing dangerous here. Let's check it. For example, computer recommends c5 for the black, and after bishop g2. This square looks very dangerous from the first sight, but maybe it's nothing. Okay, let's check it. The evaluation is 0.0, but after knight c6 I have only one question. Why these ideas is not interesting for the black? Computer doesn't recommend it. My thought that the whole thing in the discovered attack in the long diagonal, is it a blunder? Yep, it is. Let's check. Knight e5, this rook is hanging, and I think after rook b8 it will be something like a3 with these forks. So there are no opportunities to use this square and d3. That's the reason why everything is totally okay for the white. c5, for example, bishop b7, to protect this. Knight c6 right here. I just want to do it somehow. Okay, let's check it. d3 computer recommends. Knight b4. What? Queen b3? So you don't like this pawn? Totally. Why? Okay, after queen takes d3 it will be knight e5 with this idea. I might calculate it. After knight d3 it will be rook d1 maybe. And that was a blunder because of the pin. So, from the first side, this square looks like weakness on d3, but when I try to check some different variations, computer answers that nothing interesting for black or for white. This pawn can be sacrificed, you can just ignore that, so nothing will happen at all. Interesting. So it was unpredictable. Maybe that's the point why blacks calculating something right here. Maybe there are different options to exploit this weakness, but computer says nothing. But in other side, the evaluation right here is 0.0. That means that blacks totally equalized their position, and that's their goal to the first moves in every game, so everything is okay for them. Let's look at the third board. What's happening here? Oh, Vahidov Shamsuddin plays white and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. I heard maybe 2 minutes ago that he was late in some minutes because my commentating room stays near the corridor to the tournament. So I heard that e5, bishop c4 and short castling. You know, of course, that in Italian game, white has two directions to continue, maybe more, if we can talk about Evans' gambit. But usually it's two directions. The first one is gioco pianissimo with d3, when you stay a lot of pawns in the center, when you put a lot of pawns in the center and your pawn structure is very solid and reliable, and after that you step by step, after knight d2, after maybe c3, you are preparing for the center or not. So it's your choice. The other direction, more aggressive right here, it's c3 move, and after knight f6, with that threat you protect it somehow or not. Plays d4, you know, at the moment. So this variation, usually called classical system, d3 called gioco pianissimo, so short castling is look like delaying of the choice. So after that you can play c3 or d3. It's your freedom to choice. Whatever. So it's time to think. As we remember, Artemiev Vladislav would really like to spend a lot of time in the opening. So time trouble is his best friend? Yep. We looked at that for the whole tournament. That's a tradition, maybe not so useful tradition, but who cares? The most popular move in this situation is knight f6. 89% of masters prefer that variation here, knight f6, but d6 was played in this game. As you know, preparation of top-level grandmasters are really different from the, you know, chess players of medium class like me or somebody else. So, as I heard, grandmasters in the game, they know a lot of variation, they know a lot of lines, but they choosing between their own game in previous times and trying to remember what games they played in the what tournament, what game his opponent might prepare for today. Have they got some improving in these particular games or not? So that's the reason why they spend a lot of time in the opening. Because usually when medium level chess players are thinking in the openings, that means that they just forget something or doesn't know something. I don't know what's the worst. But if the top level grandmasters are thinking, that means that they are choosing between some variations that are familiar for them, but you know, were in previous games. Okay, c3 was placed by the Shamsuddin Vahidov, and right now you might see this pair of opponents in the tournament hall. It's very comfortable when you're talking about chess players and the cameraman shows you that it's the same people. So, okay, c3, of course, it's preparation of d4, gaining the space in the center, typical thing in the Italian game. Computer recommends for black right now playing bishop b6, going away from this threat from the d4. Knight f6 is okay too, and 58% of masters prefer to play knight f6 right here. So, after knight f6, computer recommends plays b4, but as for human, it's more popular to play in d4 and have the same ideas with classical variation. Let's have a look at the force board. So, what's happening here? Vallejo Pons, it's his surname. Francisco is his name. So I should, do the right sequence. So Vallejo Pons Francisco plays white. Sugirov Sanan plays black right here. And it was 4 knights game. Let's look from the beginning. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and 4 knights game. Very equal situation, with game theory for the next 30 moves or something like that. e5, this desperado, queen takes f6, d takes c3. b takes c3 is okay too, but usually in the opening we try to open a lines for our minor pieces. So right now, taken by the d pawn, our bishop is opened and our queen is open too. So with game theory, all 3 lines in the engine shows me the evaluation of 0.0. It's our yesterday joke about the same signs right here. And as for the next move, it can be queen e5 with the fork, queen e2 for example, and after the trade-off it's totally equal endgame. So without something, every opponent has a pair of bishops, so nothing here. Of course this pawn is doubled, but it's not enough to do something with advantage. It looks like the whole situation coming for the draw. So the opening choice shows us that it's not will be a risky and aggressive game. No, not at all. So my prediction here is a short draw. As for the 5th board, maybe this board is the most interesting for us today, because as I said before in the very beginning, right now Amin Tabatabai takes the first place after the 4 rounds. He has 2 victories and 2 draws, in total 3 points from 4 rounds, and his opponent Shan Sargsyan has the second place after 4 rounds, so he has 2.5 from 4, and right now they are playing each other, so it's look like fighting to have a prize place and finish. So let's look at that. I want to see from the beginning, of course. It's Ray Lopez, right, a6, bishop a4, game theory. As I said a lot of times, that's not a sacrifice, it's a typical thing for the Ray Lopez. The main thing for the white, after taking here, you should respond with d4. So d4 with the ideas of open e-file for the early attack, and everything is totally okay for the white. So it's a threat of taking d3 at the game theory. By the way, rook e1 is more popular move right here. So if you will open statistics from this position, rook e1 will chosen by the 85% of masters. It means something. So d3 was chosen only for 9% of status players. d3, b5, and bishop b3. So d6. Okay, right now a4, a3, or c3 is typical, because as you know, in Ray Lopez, this light bishop is the most important piece, and right now black has some ideas with knight a5. So you should prepare luft for the bishop, to go away. Okay. c3, short castling, and h3. Bishop goes away to the fianchetto, and right now bishop on c2 is helping to push d4 move in the center. This bishop looks like very lazy piece, because that seems like a pawn chain in the bishop's way, but that's illusion. because after d4, this bishop will be very important piece, protecting light squares from this fianchetto bishop and this knight. So it's the basics of Ruy Lopez. Knight b8, typical maneuver, because firstly, your knight will stay better in the d7. After that, this thing in Ruy Lopez, f4 square is perfect for the knights in all Ruy Lopez. And the second thing is c5 idea, because usually black wants to control more central squares after this thing. So c5 is prepared. Rook e1, knight bd7. It's typical thing for the Ruy Lopez, so it's not a discovery for everyone. But if you're beginner players, I want to remind these things. Okay, a3 and c4. Really, it's not so using right here. d4 is more common idea, because right now you are prepared for the d4 in the center, because your pawn on e4 is protected, and you are ready to do that. It's using more often right here. As for a3 and c4 is something new for me, maybe for you too. Rook e8 and c4. This position was only in one game, as statistics says. No, it was 3 games. Interesting. So, what's the idea? Let's figure it out together to, understand it. So, a3 and c4. Why we decided to block our bishop on the c2? These pawn chains in the light squares seem strange right here, because this pawn chain is harmony, this pawn chain, it's like a checkers with this bishop, but computer recommend this idea, and it was a homework. It was a home preparation, of course, as you can see in the clock, so that's not something new for everybody except me. Interesting. Maybe we made some threats. For example, knight f8, continue the whole idea with knight f4. What will happen? d4. Wow, right here d4. Takes, for example. Or takes firstly here, secondly here. Takes, takes, takes. Maybe the whole idea was creating a weakness on the b5, to attacking it by the knight. Sounds logical, but not so logical as I expected. But maybe if we are going to play d4 and our knight will be stay on d4, we might go to f5. These squares for knights is very comfortable. But our other idea is attacking this b5 pawn. Okay, maybe. So c6, protecting all of this. Knight c3. Sorry, it was so obvious, but I miss it. Okay, so c4 is a clearance of square for the knight. You don't want to use this typical maneuver for the knight, going to f5. White wants to go to c3 and d5 in the center. So c6, knight goes to c3. Interesting. So trade-off, and bishop returns to this diagonal again. Okay, the evaluation is 0.0 right here. As you can understand, all this variation was a White's home preparation, because they has 1 hour and 41 minutes in the clock right now. If you watch our tournament streams from the first time, I want to remind you that this tournament has a unique time control. So every participant has 100 minutes in default, not 90 minutes, 100 minutes. It means 1 hour and 40 minutes. After 4 moves, it will be a great time increment, more or 50 minutes more. And of course, after every move, you have a time increment in 30 seconds. So If you're good at math, you can count that a game with 120 moves can unfold for 7 hours. Yes, it's our reality. And right now, the initial time of white was was grow up, because they made their moves quicker, then time increment finished. As for Shan Sargsyan, who plays black, he's spending his time, but not so big, so he knows something too. Okay, after the bishop b3, this pawn in the center of the board is hanging, and right now it's time to make a choice as usual, because chess is play of chooses. Computer said that the best move for the black right here in this situation is d takes e4. Let's check it too. B takes e4, and right now this move is not the best, to be honest. Knight g5. Rook f1 is rook f8 is the only response for black, and after that knight takes on e4. It's really unclear for me, because we want to create a backward d3 pawn for us without some purpose, just create it. Of course, opponent has a isolated pawn or something like that, because this pawn on f7 is pinned. But looks like d3 pawn is weaker than e5, and this knight is not so strong as this pawn is weak. So I would really take on e4 by the pawn. The difference in valuation not so big between these moves, but it's easier, using the basic opening rules, because we get rid of backward pawn on the semi-open file. For example, after d takes e4, this idea is keeps, so you should play h6, avoiding it, and the equal game is continuing. For example, I wanted to say something, easy, for example, like queen e2 or these things, but no, queen e2 computer doesn't like. Knight c5 and black has an initiative. It's very fun what the move computer recommends us to the situation, like g4. Push your pawn from the king, really, why not? So you go in ahead, you're trying to control the center, so computer says everything is okay. But for human beings, it's really a discovery. At least for me. I'm not sure about all human beings, but as for me, it's interesting. So g5 is the threat. Rook c8, for example, g5. So fork is the only move, is the only response. Rook f8 protecting f7 from these minor pieces, and queen goes somehow maybe here. Not here, here. Let's check it. Knight b6, queen g3, knight c4, interfering the bishop, and queen h4. I don't know about our next idea, but maybe it's something like rook d1, rook d3, and rook f3, destroying the defender at checkmated. It's, just joking, of course. The evaluation is 0.2, so nothing special. In this situation, just plans, and the equal game is in progress. Yep, let's return to the start. I just wanted to say that, even in equal situation with symmetrical pawn structure, sometimes game might get more aggressive in the 1 second after g4, for example. So whatever. Right now, the situation in the game, and it's time to do something. For example, d4 gives us the different pawn structure. Oh, what's happening? After d4, white has a small but interesting advantage with tactical shot bishop takes f7. What's an opportunity? So, king takes f7, knight g5. After this thing will be fork. Rook g6 looks like, ill. So king g8 is the only one, and check. Of course, you cannot go away here because of the fork and here because of the mate. So knight d5 is the only response. It's discovered attack, but that's a pin. And your knight is hanging too. Takes. Bishop takes g5. And all these ideas with discovered attacks gives white not more than just, this small material. And in the end of the variation, oh, not here, here, takes and takes. Interesting ratio of material. So white has a rook and 2 pawns in finish, and black has 2 minor pieces. This king is opened, and there are opportunities connected with opening new lines in the center, so maybe that's the reason why the evaluation in white's favor. Interesting. So, looks like d4 is prohibited in our game situation. This pawn is hanging, d4 is prohibited. I want to ask, just ask, why this idea isn't working after the d takes e4? Maybe I want to do the same thing, why not? No. Why? Knight g5. King g6. So right here it gives black the lot of advantage. Like more than 2 pawns in their favor. King g6. This knight is protected, but who cares? After h6, king goes to h7, and white cannot do something special. Because in our previous variation, after d4, it was this position. After the king g8, it will be queen f3. The only move with strong ideas, because you cannot avoid of queen f5. In comparing with the d takes e4, this square is prohibited, of course. So that's the reason why in the end of this sacrifice variation you have not that idea and other ideas, to be honest, too. So. D takes e4 is possible, d4 is prohibited. What else? Knight b6, knight protected this pawn. Computer recommends to sacrifice something. D takes e4 is the first move right here, but the second line is rook c8. Maybe after e takes d5, this knight just goes away somehow. Knight c5 or something like that. Yep. How hard playing it. So this pawn is hanging too, but this pawn is taken back after some moves. Okay, just want to check. Rook takes e5, for example. Right now, white has 2 extra pawns. Why not? Takes, and knight d7. So rook returns, but I remember about 2 extra pawns. And h6. Really, I'm not understand why this position is evaluating like equality or something near that. But in my mind, 2 extra pawns means something. It's a healthy pawn, so of course, in some variation we might lose this pawn on d5 because opponent has a lot of opportunities to attack it. But as for the d3, d3 stays on d4, controls the central squares, consists c5 and e5. What's the problem? So no, I don't agree with him in this evaluation, and right now it looks like white has an initiative with all these ideas, with bishop takes f7, knight g5, rook e5 after the trade-off on d5. Why not? Why not? I think everything is working good as for white. After the bishop b3, black responds h6. Why nobody, care this pawn on d5? Non-computer, non-human player. But after e takes d5, this pawn was, alive, and right now not. Where is the compensation? Seems like white's position is better, because their rook was opened, this pawn is hanging, it's extra pawn on d5, controls the center, and all these ideas we discovered, and right now you should protect your pawn on the e5 by bishop d6 or something like that. And I had the opportunity to continue my threats here and here, for example, or do something else with, I don't know, d4, and I'm not sure about the compensation at all. Maybe for grandmasters it looks like different, but sometimes computer says that it's not very good. It's not some huge advantage. But the stable evaluation is half a pawn in white's favor. So it means something, and that's evaluation from the opening. So this game will be aggressive, risky, and tension. Okay, let's start a new circle of analyzing the games. As for the first board, I want to remind you that it's a game between Haik Martirosyan and Ronak Sathwani. So last time we analyzed, it was the position after the bishop f4, short castling, and e3. And I told you that usually the situation goes to one of the two directions. The first one is a scheme with c6, very solid structure, and Carlsbad structure. The second one is c5, and playing with Isolani and against Isolani depends on color, depends on side, I mean. So right now in this game was this third option that I didn't predict, so it was knight h5. This bishop is in problem. Bishop goes to e5, provocating the f6. After that, bishop will go to the g3, and this move is uncomfortable for the black, because this pawn structure is worse than this pawn structure. After the knight d7, it was maybe I'm not right, because after f6, of course, it's no, I was bishop e2. Really, we don't need this thing, because after bishop h5 it will be a lot of problems in the even surface. So whatever, let's do it right. And after f6, sorry, this bishop is going to return, just return. So, for example, right here, I want to show you the difference between pawn on f7 and f6. The difference is harmony. If right now the pawn stays on, f7, that's no problem for the black, protecting their king by g6 or by h6, whatever. But after f6 move, something is different. For example, right here, g6 is look like more dangerous for them, because their king looks like opened, and this pawn chain can be ruined by some sacrifice, for example, knight on g6 or something like that. And h6 is worse, because these light squares near the king cannot be protected somehow, because it's a checkers, it's an harmony structure. So that's the reason why f6 move is worse for the black. And in this particular game, Ronak Sathwani prefer the knight d7. Okay, bishop e2, it's a counter threat in the opening. Knight returns to the f6, and bishop returns to the f4. So evaluation is equal, as we might expect. What else? Nothing. Ronak Sathwani spends half of an hour for all these maneuvers with knight h5 and knight f6, but it's really equal composition. And right now the same choice between schemes with c6 and solid Carlsbad structures with minor offensive here and d4 square here, and c5. After the c5 it will be structures with isolani on d5, and it's different, but every direction is equal for the participants. So closed opening, what you can expect here? Nothing in first 15 or even 20 moves, because everybody are just preparing for the next middle game. Typical for the closed openings. Okay, let's go to the second board. So Malakhov Vladimir plays white and Nasser Arseny plays black, and the last time we discussed the main point was d3 square. It was here, maybe before, here, after the g3. So the game unfolds with bishop b7, bishop g2 and c5. This pawn doesn't want to go ahead, because after this trade-off it will be isolani after queen takes d4, or it will be hanging pawns. You should know this pawn structure called hanging pawns. Two isolanis staying closer each other, in the center. So it's a typical thing for the black, attacking it by the rooks from c file and d file, by the pawns from from the b file and e file. So knight from e5 can help you. The main purpose of black in this type of position is force one of the pawn going straight. So if they, manage to do it, the whole structure will ruin. That's the reason why in this particular opening white is trying to avoid it and made short castling, queen e2, rook to the center. So as you can see, this pawn stays on d2 without something, just stays and stays. So the evaluation is equal minus 0.1. This weak square cannot be exploiting by the black, so that means that the square is not weak in total. Yep. As for next plans, computer recommends to black stays rook d8, h6, with prophylaxis, maybe bishop a8. It's a typical idea of, staying your bishops in the back rank to not interfere something. So. As for white, it may be d3 to creating a harmony, some kind of harmony here. What else? Knight usually goes to c2, open a long diagonal for the light bishop and preparing for the d4. But d4 is not a purpose. Computer says we want to play d4, but as for human beings, I'm not sure. Because if white wants to play d4, they could make it from the first move to this moment in the game. But that's obvious to understand that they don't want to do it, because the pawn structure is different. Maybe it will be d3 and f4 or something like that. I'm not sure. We will look how game unfolds. So in the closest future we will realize it ourselves. As for the third board, let's check it. Vahidov Shamsidin plays with Artemiev Vladislav. After the c3, it was a long time, to thinking, as usual, and bishop b6. Yep, as I said before, computer recommends it very much, because this bishop will lose the tempo after b4 and after d4. In any case, this position is not so safe for him. So bishop b6, it's predictable move, avoiding all these problems with b4 or d4. Looks like logical. d3, h6, avoiding these ideas with knight g5, because usually f7 is a weakness. Knight goes to d2, knight goes to e7. Interesting move, to be honest. 40% of players here prefers knight f6, and it's, more usual decision for this kind of position. because you're going closer to the center and you are preparing knight g4 in some variations or d5, but this move, knight e7, tells us directly that one of the ideas of black is playing f5. Earlier or later, this move will be made in the game, after short castling and king h8, or even right now, because black has an opportunity to make a long castling too, and it can be possible. Really, really, really. As for this knight, another maneuver for him is knight goes to g6 and f4, like in Rai Lopez in other games that I, commenting. So, sounds interesting. Before, short castling, no, it was a short castling, and a4. So, it will be a game with the attacks in different sides of the board. Looks like queen side is better for the white, a6 for example, and these opportunities is keeping in the board. Yep. Right in this second, when I talked about this thing, black really decided to play it. So it's a loft for the dark bishop, avoiding of being trapped right here in b6. So he's ready to go out and protect himself. a6. Maybe the next idea will be bishop e6 with a trade-off and f5. Maybe the next idea will be king h7, protecting this square, and f5. The both variations are possible, so why not? Why not? The evaluation is totally equal, 0.2, as usual, after the few moves in this, Italian game. Italian game is one of the most reliable openings in the chess theory, so everything is predictable. As for the plans for white, computer recommends, really in any case, going from the c4 square. I'm really not understand. He tried to clear the square for the knight, but for what? Of course, black has an opportunity, to go in a way. Oh, it was a bad move. Why? My thought that it's a part of the plan with f5. Knight g5. If I want to take, it will be queen h5, king g8, and knight goes to f3 with, unavoidable checkmate on h7. I like it. Yeah, really interesting idea. So your king cannot stay on h7 because of this idea of check. You should stay on h8. What the difference? For example, if I want to do the same thing. Queen e8. Queen e8 protecting the f7 square, so without ruining a pawn structure near the king. Why not? And queen h5, knight d8. Computer recommends, protecting everything here. But f5 move was the next, so it's not so bad for black as it looks like. Everything is under control. So this square is interesting for the knight, maybe for this maneuver finishly, because f5 during the attack on the queen side, f5 is interesting square for the knight, as I said 100 times today and million times yesterday. Okay, a6 was played, and right now it's time to find a new plan. Why not? Wahidov Shamsiddin right here has 1 hour and 31 minutes. Yep. So enough time, to think about everything and find the right plan. Or not. We will look at that later. And right now I want to switch the board and look at the fourth one. So, nothing? It was a game, it is a game between Valeja Pons Francisco and Sanan Sugirov. And after d takes c3, Sanan Sugirov is thinking. Very strange thing, because really in game statistics, it were a lot of games in this particular position, more than 400 games in masters level or higher, so 70 now 70. 46% of masters plays he is upset, or it's just attempt of concentrating in the chess. Strange. But you know, every strange things today is explainable, because today is the last day before the day off. So, as you know, this tournament is very hard for the participants, because firstly, it's the great prize fund, secondly, this tournament is a part of Circuit 2025, thirdly, this time control is really hard to play. As I said before, the game with 120 moves can unfold to 7 hours. And for example, a third round continues for 6 hours 25 minutes. So of course, a lot of participants, maybe all of them, are tired right now, and it's hard to concentrate and calculate variations. So yep, some kinds of problems are predictable for everyone today, and you know, you should be very prepared to these questions. Mental things, healthy things, tiredness things. Yep, chess is a sport, as you know, so today I expect some blunders, because, you know, tiredness of every player. Tomorrow will be the day off, and every participant of this tournament will go to the, you know, trip for the Khanty-Mansiysk city. Organizers will show us very interesting things, but right now you should concentrate somehow. As for this position, so Sanan Sugirov is thinking for 40 minutes so far. Interesting. The free lines of engine shows me 0.0. There are a lot of possible continuations. Bishop c5 with the idea of scholarship mate. Check, interfering, and queen straight somehow. This or this, whatever, the queens will disappear. Another opportunity, c6 with d5. You know, change pawn structure, but whatever, for example, queen e2, queen e6 or e7, and these queens are trading off, so with the same result in finish. So it will be an endgame with a pair of bishops and pair of rooks to every opponent in this game. So looks like quality. Maybe he spends time, you know, to pretend to be polite, because it's like impolite when you finish your game very quickly in such a great tournament. So you try to pretend, you know, play your draw longer. I don't know, it's just my suggestion. No suggestion. Suppose. Guess. It's just my guess. Yep. Guess is a right word in this situation. Because I really don't know what's happening. Maybe really it's an interesting position for analyze. I don't know. My level is only woman FIDE master, and my rating is so lower than every participant in this tournament, so that's the reason why I cannot be sure in everything. I'm just trying to guess, and that's my job. So let's go to the fifth board. As I said before, that's a fight between two tournament leaders for this moment. So Amin Tabatabai has 3 points, and the first place. Shan Sargsyan has 2.5 and the second place, and right now they play each other. Our last analysis was after c4, c6 and knight c3, and you can remember that it was my mistake that I really needed time to realize that the main idea of c4 move is clear on the square for the knight on c3. So c4 and knight c3, d5. Takes. So sorry. My dementia unfolds. So, we saw there in our previous analysis, yes, and I had questions about the hanging pawn on d5, because from the first sight it looks like a strange sacrifice of the pawn. We take it, and what's next? This pawn is hanging too, you should protect it. And after that, d4 with undoubled pawns, or, something else. I don't know, d4 looks natural, because if you have an extra pawn and it's a doubled pawn, so exchange one of your pawns, and in the end of the variation you will have the healthy pawn on d5, and the d file will be open to the major piece, to protect it. e4 is not dangerous for white, because after knight d2 the problems are continuing for black, so something like that it's not helps, because we can take in any case. The evaluation is great for white, to be honest, plus 0.8, so nothing. But the interesting thing is that knight d5 is worse. Why it's worse? For example, I want to exchange these knights. Bishop f6. Maybe. You know that rule. If your opponent has less space in the center than you should avoid exchanges, because he has a problem with the space. A lot of pieces, not enough space, and pieces just blocked each other. So that's the reason why it's better for the white, avoiding trade-offs of minor pieces in the center. So take care by the pawn and everything will be alright. Okay, the first hour of playing have passed, and right now it's time to take a short break for relaxing and everything. So if you're watching us, please make a coffee for you, prepare a chocolate thing, and be ready after 10 minutes. Tune in, we are continuing. So, the fun fact is it's this game that we discussed the previous time. It was the really wrong variation, as computer says, not me, with this particular thing. So right now, as you remember, we talked about capture on d5. And computer says that e takes d5 is better than knight takes d5 or bishop takes d5. And my explanation of this thing was easy. As you know, if you have an advantage in space, your main purpose is avoiding trading offs, because your opponent has a problem with a lot of pieces who blocked each other. So right now e takes d5 is better because this pawn is hanging and your opponent should stay bishop d6 to protect it. So your pawn, in safety, is in safety because it's so hard to attack it one more time. But let's compare two variations. After knight takes d5, we get rid of some pieces for the black, and they had an opportunity to stay here or something else, and right now the evaluation is equal, plus 0.2, but in that variation our previous thing was like plus 0.5 or plus 0.6, so it's so more. That's good moment, to remember that you should avoid exchanges of pieces when you have an advantage of space in the center. Yep. Let's go to the first board. Martyrs and Hike plays with Zakhwani Raunak here. So, if you remember, it was the maneuver with knight, and after that, bishop returns to the f4. Yep. I want to remind you. So e3, trying to take bishop e2 with a counter threat. It was possible, but after d takes e5, it would be a problems with the knight. Queen g5, losing a tempo, g6, ruining the whole pawn structure near the king. So that's the reason why after queen e2, knight returns and bishop returns. So knight e4 was the next move, and that's a fun fact that the last 4 moves was played by the knights. First, second, third and fourth. Interesting. This knight is pinned, so knight f3 and short castling. Bishop takes on c3, secure a place to this knight in the center. B takes c3, of course, because what else? c4 is the idea, so that's the reason why computer recommends to play knight b6. Trying to exchange this light bishop after these trade-offs on c4. Let's check. Knight b6, for example. Bishop d3 with this battery here. Queen e7 looks logical. Battery to protecting the central guy. And a4. a5 is an idea. g5. Oh my god. Bishop g3. And what else? Why these possibilities why these continuations is possible for the black? In this position they hasn't got a stable center of pawns, because we have a c4, f4 potentially. It looks like dangerous for them, in my mind at least. Very dangerous. I want to continue this variation. Bishop f5, rook somehow knight d2. With attacking a pin f3 the threat. Takes, sacrifice a rook. Takes. Goes away somehow, and rook f1. So the compensation is interesting. White has a pair of bishops and pawn, and black has a rook and knight. So very unique ratio, to be honest. But computer says that this bearer king will suffer for the whole game. After f4 or something like that, this line, no, except of course, except of hanging pawn e3, so it's potentially not right here. After some opened lines, the white pieces will have a possibility to checkmate him. For example, bishop d3 and queen e2, queen h5, or something like that. So the evaluation is more the whole pawn in white's favor. So g5 maybe earlier than we will ready. And right here, after b takes c3, oh, sorry. Yep. After b takes c3, black responds c5. One more interesting thing, but if we believe the engine hates this move, because in some variations this pawn should stay on c6, you know, creating a pawn chain in light squares from b7 to d5. And the computer has a really good question for the black. What will be after the c4? Takes here, for example. Okay, takes by knight. Right now this pawn is hanging. You cannot take here because of, you know, opened lines in the center. Yep. Of course, we are discussing about top-level Grandmasters tournament, but sometimes, you know, the basic rules from the beginner's textbooks are working. And right now I know the strong rule. If your opponent has an advantage in development, you should keep your center stable, create a solid pawn structure, and try to do your development quicker, because it's dangerous. What we see right now, this minor piece stays in his initial square. This rook from the corner cannot unleash somehow. And right now black is starting to open a line in the center. You know, it's against the rules, so that's the reason why after c4 all center will be ruined, all central lines will be opened, and that's better for the white pieces who are more ready for the fight than opponents. So everything is predictable, especially when you look at the engine, you know, teens as me. But in any case, this is bad. I like my diagnosis. Sometimes I simplify the moments where it doesn't need, but whatever. After the c5, white has a great opportunities with collapse in the center. Let's continue. So right now d takes c, okay, our rook on d file and bishop on c4 will be great. One more interesting move for black, g5 here. As for human beings, it looks like, you know, making the position worse, because the whole center will be collapsed, and there are a lot of lines. That will be a lot of lines in the center for the long way pieces here. So g5 opened the square near the king. I'm not sure about that. Okay, bishop g3, g4, bishop h4, or knight d2. So like every continuation gives white a great advantage. Like a whole pawn in the opening, it's really a big number. The fun fact that black didn't spend a lot of time, you know, before the c5. It was 48 minutes. After the c5, it's 47 minutes. So checkings. And it's strange because this move, as computer says, losing a half of a pawn. Okay, let's continue. And our next subject to analyze, it's the second board. Right here, Malakov Vladimir plays with Nesterov Arseny, and the pawn structure is the same. So after d3, pawn stays here, and that's not a weakness because black hasn't opportunities to exploit it somehow, as we checked a lot of times. This knight decided to go on d2. Computer says that there are a lot of ways to continue these maneuvers. One of them, second, two of them, here or here. What else? h4, f4. Oh, f4 was in the game, yep. After the knight d2, it was rook e d8 and f4. Look at this pawn structure. It's really untypical situation, but to be honest, maybe it's a harmony right now. This pawn controls the central squares, light, dark, and everything is protected almost, except of d3 pawn on the semi-open file. But after knight f3, for example, you can double your pawn on the d file, so everything will be okay, I'm sure. Why not? Why not? Computer recommends to white continue the playing in the king side, with g4, g5. In every day we have some feature in every games. For example, in the first round it was a fianchetto round, so in any board it was a fianchetto bishops. Maybe today will be g-file day, because really in a lot of games we have this opportunity, or pawn who goes straight. Right here we calculate this lot of times for the black. Right here computer recommends to white play with g pawn. Maybe in other boards it will be the same, who knows. So let's check it. The third board, no, it's an exception. So there are no g pawns here. I really cannot imagine that for white and for black. It's really strange here. Maybe previously it was, I think, I remember something, but I'm not sure. In any case, it was a luft to the bishop, going to a7. Right now we discussed it before, and I said you the recommendation of computer. He decided that c4 square is very important to the knight from d2. This knight stays bad because he interrupting our own bishop and he doing nothing. So that's the reason why one of plans for the white is going away by the bishop on b3 or a2 and going here by the knight. So after some calculations, Shamsuddin Wahidov decided to do that, and he plays bishop a2. As for Vladislav Artemiev, he spends half of hour, so typical thing for him, and he plays knight g6, going to f4 square, like in Ray Lopez. Not even in Ray Lopez this idea exists. Even in the rest of the openings, it can be comfortable if your opponent's king stays in the short castling. So from the f4 square, it's really comfortable to create an attack, because white knight from f5 controls g7 and h6, black's knight from f4 controls g2 and h3. Predictable, right? So, typical situation. The point is, I want to explain to you this idea more. For example, knight c4, bishop goes away, something what? Okay, let's do the, I don't know, rook b1 just to explain it, and knight f4. No. In this situation, maybe it's an exception, but how it works usually? Usually, this knight stays very well because two directions, two choices, two moves, two ideas to, kick him out from this square isn't working. g3 is usually a bad decision because of light squares near the king. So h3 for the knight, for the bishop in any case, makes the opponent's position better. As for this trade-off, from the first sight it looks like a decision of our problems, and in this particular case it's a really decision of the whole problems, but usually this pawn stays on f4 for white or f8 for black, or 5, sorry, so dangerous because this pawn is gaining space, and it's the first step of the idea, of major offensive. So g5, g4, f3, all this stuff is, going even from your king, going ahead, and this pawn chain is really dangerous. No, this doubled pawn is not a weakness. In total, no, it's not a weakness. It's a strength of the position in the opposite. So, for example, you do something, takes, knight's going away, and after that, when your opponent has a time, I don't know, for example, queen e2, just to show you the main idea, g5. g4 is a threat, so you try to avoid it. Knight g6, potentially king h7, maybe f5, maybe h5 and g4. This major offensive is typical in the queen side in the king side, after this trade-off here. So that's the reason why this knight is so strong, because usually your opponent cannot take it. That's the reason. Okay, right now it's time to think. Vahidov Shamsidin is thinking. After the knight g6, computer recommends to him plays knight c4 in any case, because we clear this way for him, so let's use it. What else? h3. I don't like the move h3, because after h3 we lost the opportunity to play g3. In some variations, if this knight on f4 will be very dangerous for us, okay, we can try to kick him out after the g3. Of course, light squares will be weaknesses, but pros and cons. Sometimes we should make a choice. But after h3, our ideas is disappearing, because this pawn is hanging and g3 is prohibited in every variation. So I'm not sure. As for rook a1, maybe. But really, this bishop is making a pin for us. f2 pawn is weak. Not so weak, but weakish. And after some kind of opened f file, it can be a problem. Maybe right now I want to say that it's easier to play by black, because they have more obvious plans than white has, with this attack on the king side, with f-pawn or without, with bishop g4 or without, but their knight goes to f4 and the g-pawn is ready to, help. So, yep, today will be the g-pawn day. The evaluation is plus 0.4, to be honest, to be true. That means that position evaluates in white's favor. Let's continue the main line from the computer, to understand it better. So, knight c4, bishop a7. Right now the evaluation is changed. So, no, nothing. I don't want to believe the engine in the openings. As you know, the engine works correctly in the middle game, with a lot of tactical shots in the end game, when the whole number of pieces is so little. But as for openings, no, it's not his area of strength. So, let's continue. The fourth board in the 5th round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. It's a game between Vallejo Pons Francisco and Sugirov Sanan. After the d takes c3, it was a long time when in this game nothing happened. So Sugirov Sanand spends 50 minutes right here to find a c6 move, or I don't know, maybe he has other circumstances to, complicate this decision. Bishop returns to d3 and d5. The whole structure is getting better for the black, but the ratio of position is the same. Short castling, bishop goes to e6. Maybe it was a long castling for black. It will get the position more aggressive to the both opponents, and it will be more interesting to give me comments. Just compare that. For example, short castling, symmetrical structure, symmetrical bishops, everything is symmetrical. Of course, we have an opportunity of queen h6, and after g6, f5 pushman sometimes is threatening for the black. Maybe that's not so even as I think before. Okay, queen h6 with the idea of f5, whatever, but just compare it with the long castling. Oh, this pawn is hanging. My blunder. This pawn is really hanging on a7, so no, that's not the case. That's not the... It's not possible for the black right now. Interesting. But I understand only right now that there are different meanings of the word it's not possible and it's impossible. Look like the opposite of possible in any case, but the meanings are different. Like impossible, mission impossible, very hard to do, impossible. But when you say it's not possible, it means just like you cannot do that without emotions, without honor, and all of these things. Just it's not possible. It's just not one of your choices. Interesting. Details of English language. In any case, after the bishop d6, computer recommends for black do something with the queen who stays under the rook. So queen h6 with the pins, or queen e7 just going away, or queen h4, computer doesn't like the queen on f6 and trying to go somehow, somewhere from all these problems with these f5 ideas. Let's check it. The top engine move right here for the black is queen h6. Of course, I understand that's the pin here. After queen f3, for example, short castling. I really want to look at the position with different side, castlings. But the point is the a7 is hanging in any case. So you have an opportunity to trap this bishop somehow because he has enough squares to escape. So no. It will be solid, calm game, even after f4. Sad news for us, but we handle it. Let's look at the fifth board. Oh, something is happening here. I told you before that computer says knight takes d5 is not the best continuation because we're exchanging our minor pieces. That means that our opponent will have no problems with a space. But right here, especially after knight b6, computer said everything is okay. Rook takes on e5, rook takes on e8. We have two extra pawns, and we can keep at least one of them. So, where is the compensation? There are no compensation for the black, right? Something simple. For example, I don't know, queen, no. Even in this variation, after strange move bishop e3 that I wanted to do, Okay, knight goes here and queen d2, protecting all the squares. Even here, white has an extra pawn and преимущество, I wanted to say. Преимущество means advantage in Russian language. So преимущество. Sh. Really, I heard that the letter sh it's the most dangerous for the English speakers because this letter sh, takes 3 letters like T, C, S, 4 letters. T, C, T, S, C, and H. And when Lewis Carroll travels over the world, he writes down the most dangerous Russian word who pronounce as защищающихся, 3 letter H on this word. The meaning is those who protecting themselves, and it's really simple word for Russian speakers, but if you try to write it by the letters in English, it will be like a whole line, because every sh needs 4 constant letters. So, it was a story of Lewis Carroll. You know Lewis Carroll? He wrote the Alice in Wonderland. So, it was an interesting story, or not, I don't know. And right now, let's return to the position. In this particular game was Queen b3, and of course it's better than Bishop e3, because right now you sacrifice the first pawn and the second too, maybe in some variations, but after Queen b3 you sacrifice nothing, you protect this one, and this one, but I think after Rook d8 your opponent can take it in any case. Oh no, Bishop goes to f4, takes. Rook goes to e1, going away, and Bishop goes to e5. So this extra pawn is healthy in the end of this variation. That means the advantage the same. Less than a pawn, like half of a pawn or something like that. Okay, get it. But it seems like an extra pawn in any case. So. But computer says black has some kind of compensation because the advantage less than a whole pawn, like plus 0.6 in any case or something like that. So. Okay. The fighting in progress. Let's make the new circle of discussing the boards. So, the first board. Oh, the pawn g goes ahead. Maybe it was bad for the black. We'll check it right now. But right here is for no. So in this board the g pawn stays here, so that's not a g pawn day. Okay, the first board. Ike Martirosyan plays with Athwani Raunak, and they have something strange. After the c5 I told you that this move is not so good if we use a chess basic rules, because after c4 a lot of lines in the center is opening and black is not ready for this middle game because their bishop stays on c8, their rook stays on a8 in the corner, so it's a problem. As for g5, computer recommends it, but it's computer things. Of course, right now maybe something easier with taking on d4 because knight staying in the edge of the board and he cannot take here, but this king is bare and this is a middle game and there are a lot of pieces on the board to attack him, and all squares in the center are not stable, so there are a lot of lines for the minor pieces, starting to create the attack. C takes D, it's desperado. And this desperado is better for the white because lines are opening for every long way piece. Everything is ruined. This F vertical can be using for double rooks right here. Lot of problems for the black. It looks like a first step to the resultative game. Really? The evaluation is a whole pawn in white favor. Yep. We are continuing to look at this board, but right now I want to switch one to the second. What's happening here? Malakhov Vladimir plays with Nesterov Arseny. And that was the pawn structure. This pawn structure is started from something in harmony, especially in the pawn d3 after the trade-off, because every time I wanted to check and find a way to exploiting it somehow, but the engine was against. The engine answered me a lot of times that the whole position of white is okay, it's not in harmony, you can sacrifice this pawn in any variations, you can take it, you can put it into d3, and really they were right. And in this game the whole pawn structure is okay. f4, knight goes to e4, and after this trade-off the position of white may be nicer because they has more space. This pawn on f4 is good, this square is controlled. So what about next plans? Computer recommends push your pawn on the a file, a4 and a5 with the opening of this line for the rook. What else? Bishop e5, you know, force him to stay in the corner. Why not? H4, h5. So if you control the center, you have the opportunity to start a flank attack. It's a rule. And right now you have a possibility to play a4, a5 or h4, a5. It's up to you. So that's the reason why the white's position is better, but the advantage is not so much. The evaluation is plus 0.4, not more, so like half of a pawn or something like that. Okay, knight f5 is trying to attack in something, and after g4 it will be knight h4, right? So this knight is good, he's blocking some pawns, and for this bishop stays in the corner. But let's continue. For example, queen f2. Oh, destroying the defender with the next bishop takes e4. It's an interesting idea that computer recommends for white. Why not? Okay, so in any case, time to think, but this position is very stable to everyone, so the whole structure is reliable, there are only two semi-opened files for the rook, and every rook is doing nothing, to be honest, so the next 5 or more moves will be calm. As for the third board, Vahidov Shamsuddin plays with Artemiev Vladislav here. It was let's close the statistics because every game is going out of opening theory, so right now the statistics cannot help us. Yep, it was gioco pianissimo of the Italian game, you know, very calm thing, but after that b4 and a4, white started to attack in the queen side. Interesting decision, but the evaluation isn't changing. So right here this pawn goes straight, this knight stays okay on e7. The first line, except as computer says, is b takes e, b takes a, sorry, and knight goes to f5, and this knight goes to f4, as usually happens. So, nothing special, but as we remember, Vladislav Artemiev likes to spend his time in the opening. Maybe it's a tradition, maybe it's some kind of ritual, because I really don't believe that he doesn't know what to do in the next moves. He is a Russian champion in 2024 year and 2023 year, so he defeated the title of Russian champion for 2 years, maybe more. I know only about the last 2 years. So he plays very strong. That's the reason why I don't believe that he forget everything right here and try to create something. No. Maybe it's his ritual, to feel more confident, spending a lot of times in the opening, like a base of the house when you should be calm. And I don't know how it works, because usually grandmasters try to save the time to the calculations on middle game or in the end game. Whatever, his choice, so we'll look at that after. I should say that he plays very well in time increment, so that's not a big problem. But that was the second round of this tournament, when the lack of time, was wrong for him, because he needs time, but he hadn't it. Okay, in any case, let's go to the fourth board. Vallejo Pons Francisco plays with Sanan Sugirov, and after f4, the queen h4 was played. Not usually. I remember that computer said that the top engine move here is queen h6, because right now these two ideas, black doesn't lose a tempo after some threats. And the queen h4 it's not the favorite move of computer because of g3, and looks like you should go away, but you has an opportunity to queen g4 with this trade-off. But it sounds strange. Maybe it will be queen h3 in the game. I can explain to you it easily. If black wants to exchange the queens, they could do it earlier in the very beginning. For example, here it's so easy to trade the queens after all checks on e-file, but black delays the thing, so they try to keep their queens in the board. So after the g3, if it will be in the game, my prediction is queen h3, avoiding these things. f5, bishop d7. Maybe that's not so good for the black. h5, the only move to avoiding a queen get trapped after the bishop f1 in this variation. So c4 computer recommends or something like that. No. Queen will exchange in any case if white wants to. So there are no ways to avoid it in this situation. That's the reason why this whole variation is unclear for me. If you want to win, why you choosing the free knights game here? That's an equal opening, at least in my knowledge of openings. So it can be a mistake, of course, but if you want to draw, if it's enough for you, why you avoiding the checks on the file with the exchange of queens? So strange, but okay. We'll look how game unfolds, and it can tell us something more. As for the fifth board, let's look at that. Amin Tabatabai plays with Shan Sargsyan. They are tournament leaders at this moment. Amin Tabatabai has a first place with 3 points. Sargsyan Shant had the second place with 2.5. But right here it looks like d3 is a healthy extra pawn. So after queen b3, our last analysis, it was queen d7. This pawn was taken back, but another one keeps life in the board, so everything is good. Rook c1 and rook e1. Okay, right now is chance to go somehow rook c5. I think it will be in the game. It's my prediction. So we're attacking this knight on the d5, and after knight c7, d4. Why d4? Because this queen is overloaded. For example, you have not possibility to take here, because in the end of the variation this move is prohibited because of the queen takes f7, of course. Predictable thing. So your pawn going ahead. The next step is d5, and or just bishop e3, you know, interfere in the file. The e-file, I mean. Maybe we really want to play it before. Yep, I would play bishop e3 in this situation, because you interfered the whole line for the opponent's rook, and you are just preparing for the d4 idea. You do not rush somehow, because it's capitalization. Capitalization is a long process when you have an extra pawn, and you should transform it to the victory in the game. So it requires a lot of time and energy and calculations, so do not rush, just stay and keep all of your pieces protected. Like after bishop e3 and d4. So. That's the reason why white's position is better. They has a solid pawn structure, they haven't weaknesses near the king or somewhere else. The d3 pawn is isolani, of course, but it's an extra isolani, so everything is okay. As for the first board, Martyrs and Haik plays with Adhwani Raunak. We discuss the position after the g4. The knight h4 going away, and the top engine move right now it's trying to exploit in this knight at least. So if we push this pawn, you know, to kick this knight out from the f3, try to take here. After e takes d4, for example, it's not so bad, because after knight f6 it will be an isolani here. At least, of course, the evaluation is not so good for the black. It's look like plus 0.8, but it's something. Something is better than nothing. But after knight b6, the whole situation is ruined. Takes, and it looks like the collapse in the center will getting harder and harder for the black, because right now that's a pin. Yep. Their king is bare, so everything is dangerous. Every trade-off in center is dangerous for the black. This idea is threatening. This too. No. Forget it. Right now, this idea is a main important thing, and queen should protect this square. The top engine move, and the only one right here is a bishop. It's a queen g5, you know, with protecting. How about bishop takes c4? Computer doesn't recommend it, I just want to check. You know, just check, takes, and queen c5 in the end of the variation. Right now, that's equality. So, this doesn't goes to the good variation. And bishop d3 is better? Sounds strange. I want to ruin everything somehow. No? Rook d4. Takes. That's the idea. And after bishop e6, what will be next? Bishop d3, creating this idea. This idea is f5. You know, stabilize the center and destroying everything. Knight f5. Rook takes d5. That's a fork. That's double attack. Two knights. Knight e3, counter threats. Takes with a check. Bishop f2, knight takes f2, rook takes f2, bishop takes d3, rook takes d3, and where are our advantage? Our advantage is disappearing. So, yep, computer made a trick one more time. In any case, queen g5 was played in the game, so right now it's time to looking for chances to, open the whole center for the long way pieces, because king in g8 is really stays bad, and it's purpose of white finding something to open a lines and creating an attack here. As for the whole valuation is plus 0.7 if I missed to say it before. As for the second board, what's happening here? Malachov Vladimir plays with Nestor Farseni, and nothing was changed. That's our position from the last analysis. Yep, 100%. So right now the evaluation is plus 0.4. White might choose every flank to start the attack. A4, A5 is good. G4, H4, everything is good for them because white controls the center. But this is not a big advantage of them. Just chances to start something firstly. As for the third game, something has happened. After the knight CE7. It was bishop a3, why not? Good diagonal for looking for something. Maybe b6 can be a threat right here to ruin this pawn chain and make a weakness on d6, I don't know. Takes, and bishop e6. It can be interesting, but not right now, right? After the b6, it's just a problem on a file. After our knight b6, it will be okay. Of course, rook takes a3. So, unprotected piece is bad. Maybe with other conditions, this idea will work, but not right now. To be honest, the evaluation in black's favor. So, from what moment? I just want to check. b5. The engine doesn't like b5 move, he said. We need more preparations, please. Give us preparations with knight f5 or even bishop b3 or something else. We are not ready. What's middle game? So, right now, after b6, of course, it's losing the game. It was just my thought, I checked it. Right now, we can see the situation from the game in that moment. So, d4 is the top engine move to control the center, takes, and queen d7. So d5 is not so interesting because you create a square for the knight in the future and the bishop can go away on g4. e5 is not working too because of d5. You know, this lock in the center and nothing for the white. Interesting. So right here, the only move for white who keeps the position equal is d4, to be honest. After d4 it will be nothing, but nothing is better than problem. The other moves, like I don't know what we can try to do. So, for example, the second line of the engine is king goes to h1. The evaluation is minus 0.7, so more in black's favor. g3 is minus 0.8. Other moves are worse for the white. For example, right here, knight goes to f4. Queen and bishop creates a battery for the bishop g4. What else? To be honest, it's enough to have an advantage. This bishop is perfect long way piece. This bishop has a way on g4. This knight on f4 is perfect. So I want to check g3. You know, at least avoiding the knight f4 right now. And queen d7, these light squares, everything is ruined. As I said before, this knight on f4 is very strong piece because g3 idea to kick him off make weaker this light square near the king. So that's the position when you have a chance to see that. Right now, this tournament looks like very unlucky for Shamsuddin Wahidov because he has the last place right now, only 1 point from 4 after 4 rounds, and in the 5th round right here he has a problematic position one more time. So maybe this game will not be lost. It's just, temporary analysis. Maybe after the tomorrow's day off something will change, but right here this tournament is getting very hard for him. Okay, in any case, after the 2 hours of playing, black has a small advantage in this game. White has a small advantage in the first game with the weak king, and in the 5th board with an extra pawn, and the 2nd board and the 4th board has an equal position right now. So perfect. That's time to take a break, to drink a water or something else, and after 10 minutes we will continue the stream. So do not switch off. Hello, hello. We are going again after the break. If you have just joined us, I want to remind you that we are in the 5th round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. 2 hours of playing have passed, and right now it's time to have a look at what's happening for the time of our break. For example, in the third board, we're playing. Vahidom Shamsuddin plays white, Artemiev Vladislav plays black. We discussed this position before, and I told you that only d4 keeps the equality in this situation. So it was played, e takes d4, c takes d4, and right now computer changed his mind. He says like everything is okay for everyone. After every move of black will be played d5. This bishop goes away on g4 with a pin, so it's equality. Relax and continue to play. But right now, Vladislav has only 22 minutes in his clock, so let's be careful about that. As for the fourth board, Vallejo pawns Francisco plays white, and Sugirov Sanand plays black, and the queens were traded. After g3, queen goes to g4, f5, the only move to keep the equal number of bishops in the board, c4, undoubled pawn, and short castling. So, am I right that after this capture on d5 it will be an isolated pawn in the endgame? Yep. But for some reason computer recommends to play as c4 right now to, it's interesting. Of course, this move is prohibited for the black, because after bishop takes c4 it will be a skewer. One of these bishop on the d file will lost. So, it's not so easy than you expect. But after this taking, the good opportunity for black is playing rook e8. So, that's a counter threat. And after bishop f2, for example, rook goes to e5. Wow, protecting the pawn. Okay. A threat. A counter threat. Takes, check, goes away, takes, and the engine says that compensation is enough for the material. So that's a not good ratio for black, because white has a rook, black has a bishop, but as you know, the pair of bishop is a great team, so right here the evaluation is equal, because of the strengths of the pair of bishops. So. Let's return. c4 was played here and short castling. Yep. So computer says that is equality. Even after all these ideas with winning the pawn, because of course you want to you have an opportunity to ignore the threats. For example, after a5, I really don't understand it right now. Rook a5, e5, just want to, no, f5 is hanging, so something like that. Bishop f5 isn't working because of discovered attack here. Rook a, e8. And the engine says that the compensation is enough, so unclear for human beings, but totally clear for, mechanic brains. Bishop d4, for example, and rook takes d5. Or what else? If you want to trade these rooks, I want to trade the rooks. I want to trade. I have a possibility to trade only one of them, because the last rook should protect the central pawn. And our opponent has an open line, E line. So f5 pawn is hanging in any case. Hard to calculate every of this variation from this position. Like it's look like forcing things, but I'm not sure. Takes, c4, and maybe short castling, make the position. Oh, I want to ask. I would just take on c4, but computer really don't. Oh. How many problems in the file? For example, if you save your bishop, your dark bishop, it will be a deflection after the bishop takes f7 and rook takes d7. So that's not so easy. The short castling is a top engine move right here, yep. But some kind of problems is keeping here. Right now, Francisco Vallejo Pons is thinking. Of course, he wants to win this game because right now he has a 9th place in the tournament rank because he lose a very hard game in the third round let's try to rephrase things. In the third round, Amin Tabatabai won a game from I hate the preposition in English language, so you understand what I mean. It was that 6 hours and 25 minutes game in the third round when Amin Tabatabai plays with Vallejo Pons Francisco and Amin Tabatabai won. So that's the reason why he is leader right now, and Vallejo Pons Francisco has only 9th place of 10 participants. Of course, he wants to win, and he has the chances right now, so he's looking for that. After short castling, my prediction is takes, and c4. Computer says that bishop f2 is interesting, but not for me. We interfere in our rook on the f-file. No, it's not for human beings, it's for computers. Let's check the 5th board. So, what's happening here? It's a leader of tournament fighting. Amin Tabatabai with Shan Sargsyan. So, white has an extra pawn. And they're trying to capitalize something. So, bishop a5, maybe it's an interesting idea. Computer says it's a top engine move. As for me, bishop e3 is easier, but it's not working. Knight a4. And knight takes b2, because this fork is threatening. As for bishop a5, the main idea is rook c7, of course. Rook c7 with a skewer on f7 pawn. Queen e6 is the only move, and after the exchange it will be b3. So all pawns are keeping alive, and that's enough for a great endgame, because this pawn is passed pawn, and nobody can stop her. Firstly, I wanted to say her. After that, I decided to say it, because I don't know a gender of a pawn, and in combining, it equals hit. Some cruel. Whatever. Right now, we have the position after the bishop a5. So, this knight is hanging. The only move for the black with the evaluation of 0.7 is queen d6. And right now the computer changed his mind again, so no, I don't believe him anymore. Whatever, knight is hanging. So if you go out somehow, here for example, it will be rook c7. If you return to the d5, the pawn hasn't enough protection right here. What else? Rook e6, for example. Computer recommends play queen c2 with a battery, so this idea is keeping in the board. Everything is good for white. Knight tried to protect it, for example, d4 and extra pawn, and every piece of white know what they want to do, to help the whole team. So everything is under control. Of course, it will be long time of capitalization of this advantage, but really it's so easier to play with extra pawn than without, because it's unrisky situation for you. You can try a lot of ways to win the game. So your opponent should be careful in every move. It's psychologically harder because you should control every opponent's idea and try to prevent it. So if Amin Tabatabai win this game, his gap from the second place will grow up to the whole point. Means a lot. And I told him, maybe in the first round, Amin Tabatabai has a trauma of leg, so the doctors helped him. And I told everyone that usually when during the tournament you have a trauma, it helps you play, because your body is concentrated to survive and gives you more energy, more amount of force that helps you playing. And I had the same experience, and it really helps. But organizers team, when we had a discussion, they answered me that no, Dasha, it really works only in your life, so other participants has other opinion. No, it's working. So I think this trauma helps him so much, because right now he's a leader of the tournament, and this game is lucky for him too. So maybe no, it's not it's not a suggestion to make a trauma on purpose. No. But really, if something similar happens in your life, don't be upset. Maybe it will help you in your own business. Maybe not chess, but work or hobby or competitions. I don't know. So sometimes it helps really when you feel a pain. Yep. After the bishop a5, it's time to go away for this knight, but situation is getting worse for the black. And that's the sign that we are ready to go to the next board. So the first one. Ike Martirosyan plays with Raunak Sathwani. Raunak Sathwani is a rating leader of the tournament. Before the first round, his rating was the highest in this tournament. 2681. If you forget it, I want to remind you that this tournament is the strongest tournament in Russia in 2025, because there are 10 participants and the average rating of the participants is 2648. That's the strongest average rating in every tournament that have passed in Russia in 2025, and that will be pass in the end of the year. So right now you know everything, and we are ready to analyze that situation. What's happening here? Something interesting. So that's the position. Rook d1 was played and queen goes away to the g5. It was the only move, as I said before, avoiding a pin on d-file and continue to protecting this isolani here. Bishop goes to d3, computer really recommends it, so everything is okay for white, and h6. As for h6, this pawn, avoided the problems of this battery here. So h6 is the second line of the engine. The first one is f5, but it's really scary during the game, pushing all of your pawns from your king. Really, we want to keep somebody to protect him. At least this pawn, if the g-pawn went ahead. So h6 decision is explainable here, and Right now, I looked at the cameras from the tournament hall that the fifth board was played something. It was queen d6 and queen c2 in the same second. Yep, so the top engine move and the top engine move. Right now, rook c6 threatening. So. Computer recommends to black creating a rook trades here after the deflection, rook e2 and d4 in any case. Why we cannot take it? Because of check, check and return. So, sorry for my stupid question. It really works. As for the rest of the move right here, they are worse, because rook c6, that's a threaten. As for knight d5, it will be d4. So the black's position is hard right now, but you can see as hard they are thinking. So their position right now was the same, like very tension, but no. I mean, Tabatabai wants to go for a walk, maybe, but he needs a doctor's help to do it, because, as I said, he had a trauma in the first round. So maybe he had the next portion of water, or what's happening. There are a lot of volunteers in the tournament. They are ready to help in any type of problem, healthy problem, you know, food problem, smoking things. So, yep, the volunteer gives him the new bottle of water. So everything is good right now. He's ready to continue of play. Perfect. Let's continue our streaming. So we have stopped in the first board. We discussed it after the h6. And right here, Haik Machirosyan decided to exchange on e4. It was a top engine move, and right now he plays queen b3. Let's discuss it. So, computer says that queen b1 is a top engine move and queen b3 is a worse. Let's try to figure it out. So, the first sense of this queen in the b file maybe it's threatening to the b7 pawn, you know, to prevent the development of the light bishop, for example, on e6, because bishop should protect the pawn b. And rook cannot help him with this important business, because b8 square is controlled by the dark bishop. Okay, but why queen b1 is better than queen b3? Let's check it somehow. For example, here queen is attacking a knight, here queen is attacking a rook. Queen b1, a6, f3 or rook. Where is the difference? Okay, here a6. No, a6 is a bad move. a5. If I am right, the main idea of black is make a4 move with a tempo, and after that rook goes to a5 and create a threat for the pawn. So that's the engine idea, and it's look like bishop. It's look like queen on b3 lost a tempo because a pawn might go ahead and attack her. So engine. If we are thinking like a human with a6 ideas and all of these things, so the advantage is the same that in the variation with queen b1, so that's not a big difference. But as I said before, that idea gives black an equality in the situation. So. Right now, you see Raunak Sathwani in your screens. It's interesting when the camera from the tournament hall gives us the same image that I discussed. So we have a synchrony, I don't know this word totally, but I'm trying. So a5, a4 idea, it's interesting for the black because the rook has enough time to stay on a5. Let's continue. For example, a5, staying here, a4, queen goes away to the b1, and this rook creates us some kind of threat. b4 is prohibited because of the idea Swiss discovered attack, if I understand it right. So that's the difference. For example, if you play queen b1 right now and our opponent make the same ideas, rook goes to d3, just a4, I want to check. So we have enough time to double, to double our rook on time. And this rook is late. This maneuver could be make in move ago and right now, so this rook should stay on c5 already to protect the central pawn. But with queen b1, so it's impossible here. But after queen e7, is it a kind of blunder? Bishop e6, the main idea, of course, with discovered attack on e3. Let's continue. Takes, bishop e6. Rook goes to h5, the only move. Knight takes on e3. Bishop d3 with the counter threat. So, knight f1, queen takes e4. And in the end of the variation, these pieces is so better than that pieces. That's the point why the whole variation with d5 gives white a great advantage. Not so great as we can expect, but enough advantage, you know, like the whole pawn in white's favor. After the rook takes d5. And rook h5, it's very important for the rook, you know, stay here and trying to create an attack to the king side, to this bare, weak king. Okay, we'll look how game unfolds. And right now I want to check the second board. So, Malakhov Vladimir plays with Nesterov Arseny, and something was happened with a file. Our last analysis was here, so knight stays on the e4, and I told you that right now it's time to choose because white controls the center and white has an opportunity to choose where they want to play. Queen side is possible for them, king side is possible for them. Everything is possible for you if you control the center. And right now it was a4 and a5, trying to create a threat in the b file. Bishop goes to c3. Maybe it's preparation of battery. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing. So queen a6 takes, and that's the idea. After this trade-off, it looks like a preparation of g4 and bishop f2, g3, I don't know where this bishop will go, and computer cannot help me with that, because he recommends to the bishop returns to the c3. Computer says, hey, okay, our place was normal here, so where do you go? Stop, returns. Not, he doesn't screaming like stop, he just whispering like, are you sure? Or are you not? Something like that. So, the recommendations for black right now, it's going away by the knight because g4 move is going the next future. Maybe it will be better to return, you know, in advance, because after the g4 you will have a break, pawn break or something like that. knight d6, for example. If you will play right now, you have the problems, to be honest. So takes and g4. It's not so good, especially after queen b7 with this battery and with these trade-offs. And white has insufficient material, to create something like attack, because you should have more pieces to attack. That's the reason why kingside is not so interesting for us, because really it's just 4 pieces and that's not enough for something. So the evaluation is equal. Maybe some kind of advantage in white's favor exists, but it's really a small thing. To be accurate, right now the evaluation is plus 0.4, so that means nothing. That means something, but not so much. As for the third board, right now we have the first time trouble thing, because Artemiev Vladislav has only 6 minutes. So his time trouble usually happens at first in every round. It's a traditional. Let's try to look at the board. After the d4, it was the only move for white, we discussed it. It was trade-off here and bishop goes to g4 in the same time, so 0.0 in any case. 0.0. But it looks like the first step of attack, because it's a pin and pressure on the pinned piece, trying to ruin the pawn structure near the king. But as engine says, knight d2 is enough for saving everything stable and solid. Right now the plan of white, if I understand it right, is something like queen b3, let's check it. For example, doing nothing, queen b3 or not queen b3, queen b3 if one of the options. Okay, it's working. So yep, going away from the pin, create this threat, asking opponent he wants to trade in here or he wants to go away. So 0.0 in any case. But it will be time trouble right here. Maybe it's already exists. That's the reason why it's not so easy. As for the fourth board, another time trouble. After 2 hours and 40 minutes, maybe it's time to time troubles. Vallejo Pons Francisco plays with Sukirov Sanan, and that variation was in the game that we discussed before right here. So, pair of bishops stays on the d-file, it's a tactical target, to the pins, to the skewers. So after c4 it was an exchange on d5 and c4. As I showed you before, this move is prohibited for the black right now, because after bishop c4 it will be a problem, like an extra piece in white's favor. So Rook f goes to e8, but these ideas will finish, and this threat will keeps. After the g6, that black prefer here, so the next extra pawn. No, it's not an extra pawn, because bishop f5. Okay, what do you want to say after some exchange here? Takes and cd after that. CD sounds like a CD disc, but in our case CD and it's c pawn takes d5. Whatever, the evaluation of white is getting bigger, so right now it's a chance to the next resultative game. Yep. As for the fifth board, the evaluation is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Maybe today will be the most resultative round in our whole tournament, because just look at that. First board, good chances to white, to win. After rook d5, the evaluation is more the whole pawn. As for the second board, chances is not so much, but white controls the center. They played bishop e1. That implies that they are going to g4, g5, and bishop something like here. So it's not a simple game. As for the third board, maybe that's the drawest one, but who knows? Time trouble, 2 minutes is dangerous every time. As for the fourth one, right now it's an end game with potentially ruined pawn structure near the king. After this trade-off, it will be the extra pawn in the center, so it means something. And as for the fifth board, right now it's an extra pawn, and the evaluation is plus 1.5. So, my prediction that this round have a potential to be the most resultative in our tournament, because the whole 5 games is not so drawish, it's not so easy, so maybe it will be something, unequal. Right now the record of the rounds is 2 resultative game, if I remember right. Yep. Just, trying to... I have a chess results, so why I cannot... I just want to check. No, it requires a long time. Whatever. It was a round with 2 resultative game. The first round was 5 draws. The second round was with 1 victory over Amin Tabatabai. He played with Shamsidin Vahidov. The third round was with 2 resultative game. Amin Tabatabai won Vallejo Pons Francisco. It was a very long game. And who else? My dementia, thank you. And Shan Sargsyan won Amin Tabatabai. Yep. It was the third round. The fourth round was yesterday, and all 5 games have finished with a draw. And right now it's the fifth. Everything is, fixed in my head. So right now I'm sure about my words. It means something for the commentator. I'm not so sure in my words really the whole time. As for the situation in this position right now, so it was d4. It was this move if l is prohibited because of rook c8 with a threat. Taking. Black has to take king, queen take on c8, and after king h7 check, going away, and a pin. Fun fact, queen d2 is losing the game, queen d3 is losing the game, queen d2 is winning the game, because we're protecting our f2 square from the discovered attack, and right now it's a pin. So that's the reason why in this situation black knight decided to go to f8, interfere the little back rank from the checks, but this pawn is hanging, and we have an opportunity to take it. And right now what will be after bishop takes d4? Takes, queen c3, what's next? So going away, and the queen goes to f5. Okay, if I protect the f5 square, queen goes to d2. Okay, maybe this bishop is better than the knight on f8, and it will be potentially a passed pawn on the queen side, so that's the reason why the evaluation is so big, like 2 pawn 1. Okay. Let's remember that. So right now it's a period of capitalization of extra pawn on d4, and what's happening in the first board? Yep, this prediction is working. So after the queen e7, Haik Martirosyan spends 10 minutes and decided to take this by this rook, and it was the right decision. After the bishop e6, he goes away to h5. Yep, everything was right. We analyzed the opportunity with knight takes e3. After the queen b1 or queen d3, it will be counter capture on the e4 in Desperado, and at the end of the variation the number of pieces will be equal, but this king is so problematic. Of course. So queen b3, for example, bishop c4, queen c3, oh, taking here, creating a checkmate in one thread. f6 the only move. Rook h8, deflection and skewer in one's move. So you should take it back, check, going away, takes, capture, takes, and f takes e3. And in the end, it's a position with queen against the pair of rooks, but the whole situation helps white. The bishop has an outpost, the pawns are ready to help the queen create threats. Aha, it was a knight e3 in the game. So. The tension is heating up right here. Queen d3 or queen b1, it's the only opportunities. Computer says that the response of e takes e3 gives us the equality. Why? Especially after bishop takes b3. Knight goes to f5, takes here, and that's enough to have a perpetual check, if I am right. Perfect. Really, it's a perpetual check. So, takes here. The knight f8 is very dangerous after the knight f5, because this idea with a skewer or something, bishop d6 is one more threat. So if you stays here, it's a check. This is prohibited because of rook h6, am I right? Yeah, rook h6 and bishop h4, of course. I have a lag in my brain sometimes. So you should stay here, and after that it will be free time repetition with a perpetual check. Fun fact. So you can sacrifice your queen if you want to, but I'm sure that Haik Martirosyan doesn't want to sacrifice his queen. It was just, checking off variation because it seems interesting. As for smarter variation, so here bishop c4. Queen c3. So this idea we discussed. Why idea with knight f1 is never analyzing? Because of knight f5, where knight from e3 preventing this idea. Interesting. If knight goes away, we have a knight f5 with that idea, and that idea. So black should resign here. That's the reason why knight should stay here. Takes the only, check in the end of variation, and position in white's favor. So very hard to calculate, but maybe not very hard to calculate because every variation is forcing, to be honest. I don't know, but it looks like possible for the top level grandmasters. So let's look at the second board. Malakhov Vladimir plays white and Nestor Farseni plays black. Yep, it was g4, as we predicted, because the direction of this bishop on e1 is really clear for us. If bishop goes to e1 from the c3, so he's ready to make a maneuver in the king side after g4. What else? So the evaluation right now is equal. Maybe something in white's favor, like half of a pawn or even less. But for human beings, it's psychologically easier to play with enough space. White has enough space in the queen side, in the center, in the king side. So g5, h4, h5, h6, these ideas will be in the nearest future, I think. Time trouble is coming closer. So, like in Game of Thrones, do you remember? Winter is coming. So, in our case, it will be time trouble is coming. Yep, that was the top engine move, and the game is continue. As for the third board, Artemy Vladislav has 49 seconds right now. As for position is equal. So, after these things, after d4, it was a pin, and knight returns to the d2 to protect everything, h3, exchange, and it's interesting moment to calculate variations. Bishop returned to the d7. Okay, what do you think about this idea? Takes, and in the end of the variation, right now white has an extra... No, they haven't an extra pawn, but they have more space. This move is prohibited because of rook d1, c5, takes, and queen f3 in the end of the calculation. No, it's not at the end, it's, rook a4 and discovered attack in the end. Yep, there are a lot of tactical opportunities in every game. It's interesting to calculate, because from the first side it looks like a positional thing, but from the second side I would be no sure. Really, I'm torturing in English grammar sometimes, like right now, but it's my style. Just get used to it. Okay. This pawn is hanging, but it's not the most problem, maybe, because computer recommends for white plays knight e5 right here. If I just want to take this pawn, bishop a3. With what idea? Stays in the place. Takes, and knight g6. Interesting fact. So, today I teach beginners about the pins, how we can using the pin. So, I want to make a photo on this position, to ask him what the idea of this move, to check. Because I made a mistake right now, but I will not tell them about that. So maybe they will find the main idea of this move, exchange on e7 and using this pin to play knight g6. It will be interesting, part of trainer life gives the students those tasks, those you solved wrong. Yep, I know that it's unfair, but it's our life. So be ready for that. Bishop d7 was in the game, and knight e5 has all these opportunities. Wahidov Shamsidin has 44 minutes for calculates everything. So. As for the fourth board, Valleja Pons Francisco plays with Sanan Sugirov, and white has an extra pawn in the end of the whole this thing. So after g6, yep, I asked this moment from the engine with exchange on g6, and after that taking on d5, and he answered me that yep, everything is good for the white. They has an extra pawn. It may be hard to keep it in some variations, but right now and for the next some moves it will be, enough to have a good position. So yep, a5, it's one of the engine recommendations here. The main idea is b5 and a4 opportunity if white's bishop wants to protect this pawn from this diagonal. So, looks like logical, but right now nobody is able to attack this pawn at least. So white is improving their position after bishop d4 and exchanging maybe on e5. Maybe blocking some pawns on the queen side after i3. Who knows, but the whole position is better for white. So, Sugirov Sanan right now has a less amount of time, just 4 minutes, and problem with the number of pawns in the position. In this game, were only 21 moves, so 19 moves left before the second time control. That means that the situation is really hard for him, but we will look how game unfolds. And right now let's check the fifth board. So, after the rook a6, it looks like an extra pawn, and I asked you about this capture and we figure it out in our previous analysis. Then there is no tactical opportunity here, but really don't require it, because the whole situation is so nice for the white. They has an extra pawn, healthy extra one, and white's bishop is better than black's knight. In any case, b5 pawn can be weakness in a lot of variations because nobody protects her. Bishop c3 was a computer recommendation, to attack here, but maybe bishop b4 is better in our real process of capitalization the material, because with bishop b4 the rook is tied with the knight after some ideas to going from back rank. I don't know, rook e5, it will be a rook a8 in the same moment, and this bishop will be useful to create unsolvable problems here. So it's not a real variation, it's just to attempt to explain you how it works. So this bishop is staying here, he's ready to take here if you want to, and ready to create a back rank threats. So bishop is very useful. For example, rook d1 is top engine line. Computer recommends the bishop returns. What about other ideas? Rook a5, so attacking a pawn. Queen b6, for example. Queen e2, attacking it one more time. And you have not the idea to protect the pawn by the rook, for example, because every time rook a8 and this knight is hanging. As for the rook b8, this piece is possible. This piece is too not possible, passive I mean. So this piece is passive, but it's better for the white. Queen a5, continue our threats. Bishop c3, maybe this rook is tied to this pawn, so nothing interesting in black's life. So exchange can help us, because endgame in open position with a bishop against knight is better for the white, of course. Even if we don't think about extra pawn, the whole structure is better for the white. Okay, so right now this position looks like easy to capitalize. Maybe it's look like it's easy because I have an engine. I think there is a connection of these events, but they are top level grandmasters, so we will see it. But right now, 3 hours of playing have passed, so it's time to take a break. Let's continue. We have stopped at the fifth board, and right now it was a capitalization of extra pawn. So, Amin Tabatabai is trying to win the game from this Roxanne Shant. And our thing, it was an exchange of pawns. White takes on a5, a6 pawn, and black responds with bishop takes d4. So takes. That's the events that we saw in our last time, and our after knight g6, it was a rook d6 with a threat. So what's happening right now? Queen should go away from the center, and after that it can be queen f5. Looks like logical, because this e1 square controlled by the bishop, and everything is totally alright for the white. Okay, after the queen f4, for example, we want to attack this pawn. What do you think about this fork? This fork is very bad. The evaluation rate here is 0.0 after rook e2. So you should protect the f2 pawn, and you lost your b2 pawn, and it's a draw. So it was my blunder, perfect, but right now you know that move is stupid and you will never do something like that. Because of course your opponent is ready to create a counter threat for you, so you should think about it permanently, all the time. Whatever, after rook d6, this bishop will go away from the center or stays here. After the queen e5, for example, I don't know, maybe this is just improving of position, because here your rook is unprotected and in the edge of the board. On d6 your rook is protected and in the center of the board. Better. So that's the only thing that we need to know. As for the fourth board right here, the extra pawn of white is getting more healthy and healthy. More healthy. Yep. After this trade-off, the pawn is becoming, right now it's prohibited to take on d5 because of discovered attack, and you should exchange, and this pair of bishop is suffering. So rook a goes to e8, trade-off, and bishop takes the next hanging pawn on a7. Maybe this pawn will die, but nothing bad. For example, after rook d5, it's a discovered attack with black has to exchange the rooks, and it's time to capitalization of healthy extra piece, like in our fifth board, so the same process in the fourth board. Okay, after bishop takes a7, the only move for black is bishop g4. I'm totally confused with all letters and numbers, so don't be mad, please. Just letters, it's so difficult to remember, you know, and the name of the bishops. I can show everything by my emotions, but by words is so harder, so excuse me. What can I want to say? After this idea, this rook went away to the f1. The idea is, after rook d5, it will be bishop c4 with a skewer on f7. That's the reason why black should answer with bishop h3. It was in the game, yep. So right now, for example, if we go in straight, this idea is disappear because of the checkmate in the back rank. If we stays here, it will be 3 times repetition. So we should create something else. I don't know what. Rook c1 maybe. So taking and then equality. Maybe black find the right way to, you know, hold this position in comfortable diapason. This word is exist in English or not. I just want to check. Diapason. It can be. Why not? Sounds like something French, So that's the reason why in different language it will be something similar. Diapason. No, the word diapason, yep, diapason. But usually in English language it's using in music topics. You know, when we fix our musical instruments, as my translator responds, and the better word is range. Okay, range means range. So I totally forget that I wanted to say, but anyway, we are continuing. So as for bishop h3, it helps black. Yep, with playing chess. Because the first rank is perfect for the rook, but there are only two plays that rook wants to stay. Here to attack f7 pawn, here to be ready for exchange after the rook taking d5. So the both squares are controlled by the bishop from h3 to g4, and it means that it's not so obvious how to win this game. As for the third board, right now we have an opposite sequence, so why not? In this game, Vahidov Shamsidin plays white and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. So 33 moves were played in this game, and it means that after 7 moves more it will be the second time control. So yesterday was a day of short games. We finished the round after 4 hours. Really, it was funny because usually rounds will be longer, so longer. But yesterday all the games finished before the second time control. Today, of course, after 3 hours and 18 minutes, the 5 games from 5 games continuing. That means that today will be the long day for 6-7 hours. It's my prediction. So in this game it's something strange. No, it was a trade-off of queen. How? This position we saw before, right? Yep. e4, and I told you about this idea with using a pin and told you a story. This trade-off on c4, it was so quickly, but it's explainable. Black has a time trouble, so they should play like move in 30 seconds or less. Bishop goes to a3. The next trade-off and pawn stops being doubled. Okay. En passant, d6, counter threat. Counter threat, takes. This pawn is pinned. So, knight goes to g6. And after knight takes b6, it will be one more endgame with an extra pawn that you need to capitalize. Oh, funny fact. In every game, white has an extra pawn. Except the first two, but we are not analyzed it before. So, 5th game, one extra pawn and capitalizing. 4th game, the same thing. Right now it's 2 extra pawns, but this pawn is really don't look like as a live pawn. And this rook b1, maybe with the same idea of taking here. This pawn will die in the next move. Computer says nothing special because this pawn after king f7 and king e6 don't really good too, but who knows? Who knows? So right now the evaluation is plus 0 dot something from 3 to 5, but yep, rook takes on b6. King should go to the meeting with the pawn. As for the second board, Malakov Vladimir plays white with Nesterov Arseny, who plays black. It was some intelligent thought in my mind, but when I when I looked for the right words to, say it, I forget the whole thought. Oh, problems with different language really in my life. So, okay, if I remember something next time, I will try to tell you, by gestures or by emotions or somehow else. Right now I'm upset. It was a good thought, and I forget everything. Dementia is coming. As for the game, what's happening here? King goes to f1. What was the purpose of this move? g4. Understandable. Queen c6. Threatening, aggressive, and ahead. This pawn b6 is hanging. Understandable. King goes to f1. Why? This is a top engine. I understand everything. So if you try to think sometimes, it became clearer. Sounds wrong. Whatever. King goes to e2, helping a rook to protect the pawn, because right now with queen a7 move, the main idea is after, for example, queen takes b6, rook takes b6, and knight takes on c4. And we have a problem with our rook on d1 because rook is unprotected. No, she is protected by the knight, but it's not enough because this is a battery of rooks. But if in this situation our king will stay on e2 and protect something somehow, we will have an extra pawn. So go ahead. Maybe king e2 or not. Or right now it haven't sense. Who knows? Computer says, go ahead, f5, f6, so you're ready for that. You're a strong person. I don't know how it works, because with king on f1, I really don't want to play f5. But computer, it's his evaluations, so we cannot do something with that. Suggestions, let's just agree with that. So f5. This idea is bad for the black, this exchange here. For example, I want to block everything. Bishop from g2, finding a great diagonal for him. And what else? And the second and the third line is king g1 and king g2, to go away from this horrible center because it's dangerous for the king. Yep. Everything is changed after this, trade-off on the f5, so it's time to go back. The whole evaluation is plus 0.6, so nothing dangerous, but feel like I don't know how. Let's go to the first board. Oh. White has an extra pawn, but this king managed to escape from the king side, right? How it was? Takes. The evaluation is big, like more than a pawn in white's favor. After the queen f6, computer recommends to the white just taking on b7, Pawn is hanging. After that capture, we'll have a extra passed pawn on the c5. Why not? Computer says it's not my words. No. I'm just a woman FIDE master. I'm just a commentator, to say out loud the comments from the computer. It's a interesting thing, but I really do not pretend to be more intelligent than participants. It will be strange because my rating is lower, like a lot of hundreds of points. So, queen b7 right now, it's top engine move. And knight f5, as computer says, is not enough. After the rook d8, the top engine move, we capture this pawn with a check. And right now, we should go away from the backward. So, moves like rook h6 is not working because this pawn is hanging, because it's a pin, so your opponent can take you back. Nothing is working because of the pin. So king goes here, rook stays on d5, and right now the evaluation is 0.0. I will show you by the gestures my words, because sometimes I forget all letters and numbers, so it will be 0.0, like a, Morse alphabet with dot line. Right now we have zeros. So in any case, sometimes it's getting more surrealistic with every next hour. It's okay. As I said before, today is the last day before a day off. Tomorrow we'll go to the Khanty-Mansiysk. It's official event. The organizers will show us nature and interesting factories maybe and museums of the city. But today is the last day when you should concentrate. It connected to me, to another commentator in Russian language, to the whole team of participants, I wanted to say, but they are not team, they are opponents. So right now you know how it works. So c6. The main idea of c6 is clear the way for the bishop. It's a queen. Yep. After b takes c6, for example, it will be a check. c5, for example, queen b8, the only move, and queen a7. That's not a sacrifice, because after bishop takes f5, it will be a fork, and in the end of the variation you have a lot of extra pawns, so everything is okay for the white. Got it. Let's return to our situation. b6 is okay too. You will create a check after that, and I wanted to say right here that honestly white has a great problem on f5 square, because this knight is pinned and a lot of black pieces trying to capture it. So c6 and queen b4 is only two opportunities to save the same number of the pieces in this situation. So goes with preparation of this check, and I want to ask what will be after this check. If king go right, it will be knight e7. If king go left, it will be rook takes here with a checkmate threat after the queen f7. So rook c5, it's only one opportunity, and after that your knight is free, because this pin does not exist. This rook is pinned. So, for example, it can be a dialogue. So you are pinned. No, you are pinned. Okay. Dialogues of chess pieces in my mind, thank you. It's a bad sign, a very bad sign, especially after 3 hours and 30 minutes of talking about chess. Yep. I hope it will be not, the new portion of chess horror with chess pieces when they had an English discussion in my mind. So everything will be right. We should be more. We should nothing, because we are free chess players. As for evaluations, near the surnames of players, I see this special thing that shows me the evaluation in the game. And I see that third board and the fifth one, it's a board with great advantage of white. For example, right here in the game between Vahidov Shamsuddin and Artemiev Vladislav, right now white has a great advantage, like more than 3 pawns, and it's strange, because last time when we analyzed the position, the evaluation was like equal. Here the evaluation is 0.6. g3, Knight f7, it's a blunder, computer says. What was better? Knight e5, because rook endgame it's a drawish thing in our world, and this maneuver is understandable. And if our opponents go the way, it will be a check. What for? Rook a7. What for? Hard to understand, to be honest. Computer shows the equality, of course. It's really unclear for me. If I want to put my king here, f4. No, I just want to ask. If I return, no, it's bad. After the knight b7. Really unclear. I wanted to say that it's very bad for the Vladislav, that he hasn't enough time for this moment, because really it's a 36 moment, and as you know, the second time control added after the 40 moves. But right now, for example, I have enough time to calculate, and it's really unclear for me how it works. Okay, knight e5, it's the only move who keeps the equality. Why? Knight a5, rook a6, attacking, knight b7. Aha. Maybe I understand it. Maybe not. Let's check. So, after the king f7 in the situation, king is staying out from the fighting near the d file, so the computer's idea is staying the blockade knight under the pawn. So, in children's textbooks, really usually said that the best blockade piece is a knight. Of course, I'm trying to explain the right move when I know the right move already. So the idea of computer is clear the d7 square by rook a7, and after that create a blockade knight under the pawn, and this maneuver is getting easier for the knight in this way. But this move is prohibited. Right now the evaluation getting worse and worse for the black. After the threat, this knight or this block or this knight, whatever. After rook b8, this knight hasn't squares at all, so no one square. And h4 potential idea. After h5, all these pawns will be weaknesses. Maybe something else is threatening. h5, h4, for example. That's a Zugzwang. No. Rook a7. King goes ahead. For example, I want to return to help my knight. What will be in this case? Goes, knight f8. Check. So, this knight should stay on the g6, protecting the e5 square from the white's knight, and that's the main problem of black's position. So two pieces cannot do something because their forces goes to block this pawn. And as for the knight, after f4 structure, this square is very problematic for the black. So that's the reason why that evaluation is like 2 and 5, 2.5, 2.7 in white's favor. Lot of. It was 39th move, so after the next move it will be the second time control, but it hardly helps because the whole position is so hard, so difficult, maybe impossible to hold. I don't know. Everything can be happened, especially in the day before the day off. Of course, it's only fifth day, and usually in the tournaments, all grandmasters got used to think for hours every day, for 11 days sometimes. but in any case it's hard. Rook goes to a7, maybe trying to change the block piece right here, but the new idea of white is playing g4. This is prohibited, of course, but what will be after knight takes check? This move is prohibited because of skewer, and this move is prohibited because of fork. Interesting tactics. So, for example, knight d7 takes by the rook with that idea, check, going away, and this pawn is how it's called, protected. Yeah, protected. Perfect. Let's return to that position and let's look at the fifth board. The evaluationus sounds like a magician thing from Harry Potter, like Lumos. I don't know what else. The evaluationus. No, you haven't the same association. I hope so. It's just my broken mind. So, as for the position, perfect. Right now I'm trying to remember spells from Harry Potter. And I really cannot remember something except of Lumos. And it's a bad sign, because in my childhood I read the whole 7 books. So. Our brain sometimes give us the new surprises, so you should, take it with respect of them. In any case, what about the plans to capitalize this advantage? Queen e8, computer recommends, with idea of bishop b4 and winning everything. Let's check it. Bishop b4 is really dangerous thing, so the idea of black is attacking f4 pawn. Predictable. But after king g2, our king on the big diagonal hasn't problems, and this bishop b4 is dangerous for us. Queen a4, for example, queen goes to e5, controlling the e4 square, and right now the bishop b4 is a so great threat for the black that they should resign. Or not. Let's check. What about king h7? It's like a trap, because you can check, so go away. Then not here, sorry. After the king f1 it will be a perpetual check. So I tried to protect my bishop, but really I don't need to do it. So king h1 is enough, because it's a queen game with 2 extra pawns, so everything is okay right here. Got it. So white finishly. Have we got the word finishly? It's not, comfortable time to check it, I know that. Finally, not finishly. I feel that word finishly doesn't exist, but I really sorry, it was a nervous laugh. Finally, of course. Finally is better than finishly. Stop torture the English language. He is not your enemy, he is your friend. In any case, after queen a8, the game should be stopped. As for this game, g4 was played. Really, sometimes I feel so much respect for the grandmasters, because this move that engine shows me, I try to analyze it with variations, long calculations with his help. So I'm just trying to understand how it works. But they are 4 seconds founded it. So right now, Vahidov Shamsidin requires only 3 minutes, to find this move with all this stuff, with sacrificing and these hanging pawns and this and this and this, and all of this after almost 4 hours of playing today. And really, so knight h4, It was the last 40th move before the second time control. But the whole situation is hard for the black. Check, for example, this is prohibited, so you should go to f6, and this pawn is going to the queen without stops, because nobody is ready to stop it here. So 2 games seems a resultative one for this moment. As for the rest of the games, the fourth one, that was the game with bishop g4 and h3, as you remember. And right here in this situation, white decided to go to the c1, avoiding this 3 times repetition, and after the rook takes d5, it was the next trade-off. So finally, it is a rook endgame with an extra pawn. I think it's theoretically draw, because before this king will be bordered. Of course, I'm not sure. But it looks like that 33 moves of playing, so 7 moves left before the second control. Before it will be a mistake with 0.0. After the e5, it is the theoretical draw with rook b2, and king has not the ability of going in this side of the board, because during this maneuver it will be, this king goes to this pawn and take everything. Okay, before it maybe you should you should develop your king to the third rank before you play before. Sounds great. Before. As for the second board, oh my god, Malakh Vladimir plays white, Nestor Arseny plays black. It was something special. So after king f1, what's happened? That was a weakness here, and computer recommends to white, try to trap the queen after rook a3. So as you can see, knight a5 is the only move in the situation, and this pin can be problematic for the black, because the queen should stay here. For example, king e2, protect here, so bishop b7 isn't working because of the capture. And why after queen c8 we are not capturing? I don't know, but computer says not this, but this. That idea is so hard. During our discussion, after bishop c3, Shan Sargsyan resigned, and this game was finished. It was the first game that have finished today after the 3 hours and 45 minutes. So right now the gap between the first place and the second place will be 1 point or more. Amin Tabatabai wins. He wins the second round, the third and the fifth today. In the first and the fourth round he made a draw. So right now he is really leader of the tournament. So he can let himself make some draws, because his leadership is, stable. Okay. As for the first board, it's look like a perpetual check. Am I right? Queen b7, the only move, and queen b8. So you cannot really, it's bad way, to return on d7 because of the checkmate in 1. But as for other opportunities like king c5 and king e7, it's the perpetual checks. Yep, king c5 was played in the game. Queen a7 check. All moves ahead. is losing the game after rook h4 because it's a new piece in attack. Two major pieces in attack of bear king means checkmate, so you should return on d6 and that will be a draw. Interesting. So the question about the most resultative day today is not so question. Yep, this game will finish with a draw, or it looks like. Let's check the rook d8 opportunity. So it was a bad decision of white, because after interfering, black has an extra piece and nothing else. I want to return sometimes. So it was a check on b4, yep. And right now, the only one, and the perpetual check here. After king e7, it will be check from f8. This move is prohibited, as you remember. After king f6, it will be rook h6. So this move is prohibited because of liner mate. This is only one. Queen b5, whatever. You can see it in the screen. This is prohibited because of rook h8 and this one. As for going ahead, rook is ready to make a check from the fourth horizontal, and that's very dangerous when you're trying to avoid a checkmate in the center of the board, running by your king. Oh, after queen b8, black is trying to win something. Oh, white is trying to win something. They check rook h4. Rook d3. It's the only one. Clear the d5 square for the king after the bishop, after the queen b4. No, they don't sign the papers. They write down something when I open my eyes and look in the camera from the tournament hall, but no, it was just a move. So, as for this game, the evaluation is 0.0, but I really don't say perpetual check. It's really respectful how every participant's trying to looking for the chances in hard situation, you know. Rook d3, so they avoiding a perpetual check right here from the queen side. They trying to find something else. Interesting, interesting. So what computer wants to do in the next? Rook f4, make a check, interfering and returning. So a lot of lines without checks, but only every line finish with a 0.0. How they don't afraid of do it. Right now this position in the board. So the idea of white is create a checkmate scheme. The idea of black is avoiding checkmate scheme and to capitalize the next bishop. As for the second board, right now the end game is continuing. The b6 is a weakness, but is protected by the knight from the c8. f5. Interesting decision. So it was actual in the middle game, I think. As for this position, I don't know, but after this block, maybe right now white cannot, but white has not way to exploit it, but in future sometimes e6 will be the outpost, to be honest. After some maneuvers like that. So, who knows, f5, two moves before the second control in this game, and everything in the range of equality. Range. I hope I use this word correctly, because I learned it during the previous hour of streaming. So not a diapason, because diapason in musical topic, but range. So, but right now, after this exchange, the evaluation is getting better for the white. After this battery, and what's next? H4. I think it's a rule of two weaknesses. You know the rule of two weaknesses. So it exists. If your opponent has one weakness and it's hard to, win something here, you should create a second weakness to your opponent, and your position will be better, because it's hard to go in from the flank to flank when you has not enough space to your pieces. In any case, white is threatening something, black is defending. I do something wrong. Whew. I really press the wrong button, and it was something with delete everything, and I just put it, and after that the line from the game was deleted, and I feel like, oh, what I did. But right now I remember that it was a bishop c3 move, so I make it in the board, and everything, was fixed. But it was a moment of horror. Okay, things happens. So right now everything is okay. As for the third board, the position is getting. Maybe it's only one chance. I know this idea with perpetual check, for example. I want to show you, like rook d2, d7, knight f3. And right now you should be very careful, because if you continue your idea with promoting a pawn, it will be a perpetual check with this rook and this knight. If you know, chess has a long history, and in ancient time that chess called shatranj, and the directions of the pieces are really changed after that moment. But there are three pieces who keep their initial directions. It's rook, knight, and the king. So there are mansubas. It's the positions from the ancient times shatranj, and this perpetual check from mansuba. So if your opponents create a strong threats to you, just put your rook on the d file, and your knight will be create a perpetual check. It will be the opportunity to save your game. Of course, the corner is prohibited because of the rook h2. So you should make a free time repetition. It's a funny sounds when we discuss about Grandmaster's game, so it's just an interesting fact from the history of chess. Of course, after rook d2, d7, and knight f3, white can answer like rook e2, and all problems are solved. It was just for interest. Okay. So everyone is trying to find something, and right here black is thinking, but it's late. Yep, rook stays on d2. I just want to look at that variation in the game, because all these ideas from the, beginner's textbook, but what's else? Hard to give, good advice for the black in the situation, because this pawn on d6 is terrifying. As for the second board, this exchange happened, and f6 move happened. Right now the evaluation is 0.2, but maybe in the end game. But how usually? To be true, this e6 square for the knight cannot be exploited, because after all the maneuvers of knight, okay, firstly, knight on e6 doesn't look like very dangerous person for the black, because g7 pawn is protected. What else? Secondly, the f4 square is controlled by the bishop, so that will be a trade-off. It's just a fantasy. Maybe that's the reason why computer, who hasn't a fantasies, he shows us the equality. As for the fourth board, this rook and game is continuing, and the number of pawns getting less and less. Right now, of course, this idea is prohibited because of takes, and queen c3. This king is bordered in the queen side, so this endgame is losing for the black. What will be after king g4? It will be check, so staying near the pawn, and one more losing the game, because takes, and king is bordered one more time. You should be careful. You should be careful, because a lot of problems can be, happens in this game. Okay, got it. As for this one, after the rook h4, idea of checkmate in one is so dangerous that the only move to black is rook d3, clearance the d4 square to the king, and protecting from the checks on d file. Right here rook is unprotected, and right here too, so if you prefer something like rook d1, for example, it will be a first check, a second check, and after that your rook died. So that's the reason why rook d3 is only one possibility. f3, interfere in something or control this square for the rook. The evaluation is 0.0 so far. So right now in this game it will be the last move before the second time control. It can be check, it can be rook e4, I'm not sure. No, it's an equality too. I'm interested. 1 minute and 20 here. So every move gives whites an equality, but during the game they do not know that fact. So tension in the air. Don't forget about that. It's a sport. It's a tournament with high stakes. Oh, Yef. What do you want? Yef means Yef. Don't ask. So, can it be a perpetual check? For example, check here, bishop d7, rook e4, everything with 0.0. But impossible to calculate, especially when you have only half of a minute to do it. Scary to think. No, this move d7, yep, it was knight f3 with the idea of perpetual check. Rook returns to the e3, avoiding this opportunity. Check goes away, and rook e8. So right now there's nothing to maybe a check, but no, nothing. d8 queen, rook takes, and white has an extra rook. King goes to f5. Really? Strange thing, but of course everyone has right to continue the game until the checkmate. Why not? Everyone is tired by this moment, so check from f8. No, going ahead on the e file. Untypical thing for grandmasters. Usually they resigned before the capitalization of extra rook. What's the plan? For example, after rook g8 or something like that. Takes. Is it easy to win this position? Yeah, rook g8 was played, and that's predictable. So h5. Maybe there is some trap in the end of the variation. Take, I don't know. This knight is hanging. Takes, for example, goes here. h4 goes here, and everything is blocked. No, I really don't see something. So the work of this rook is enough to stop everyone, and that means that fun fact right now in the Lichess looks like in the first place 0 minutes in the clock. It was after 40 moves, so it's okay, but in this tournament arbiters need time to check 40 moves in every board. So, and right now h3 was the 41st move, and in the fourth board, oh, it was really in the game. How? It was my question. It was my level question. It's me. Like everyone can make a mistake, not only me. Yep. Right here, computer says that if we keep in these pawns in the board, there is a draw. After some ideas, but f4 is losing the game. Check, takes, and why that's a draw without check, for example? Why that's here? No, it's chances for victory too. Not no. That blocks is enough. But after this check, takes, and rook c5. I really don't know how it works, but in any case, we should make a break. Third board was finished with a resign after the knight e3, and the pinned knight is died. So, 3 boards left, and right now it's time to take a break, because after the second control they start to think long time, and we will have enough time to analyze everything. But right now, let's drink some coffee. Okay, we are here, so we alive all these things, and right now it's time to figure it out, and that's the situation that we saw the last time. Really, computer says that it's a big difference between, quick exchange on f4 square and delayed because of rook e5 check. As you know, the hour after 4 hours, the 5th hour of playing, it's the boring one, because everybody has 50 minutes in their clock and just try to relax somehow, looking at other games, find a new bottle of water, make some circles near the tournament hall, and all these actions. So let's discuss this rook endgame. For example, right now, f4, g takes f4, king takes f4. My rook stays on the e file and create a border for the king. After rook b8, I try to protect my pawn. That's a check. I should go away somehow and hide to my pawn, and after that rook stays on b8, and all my ideas isn't working. If I, for example, I have not the opportunity to get closer, because right now my pawn is unguarded and I should do something with the pawn. Let's compare this variation with the rook e5 ideas. So, king g4 takes, it was in the game. Rook e7 is a draw from our, or not draw, computer really changed. He hasn't dubbed. Yeah, it's a draw. After rook b8 we have the same position like from previous variation. But after the rook c5 it will be a border in the 5th rank that's more comfortable for the rook. Rook b8, for example, king c3, so there are no checks from the c file. Got it. And after king e4 it will be king c3, the only one move, and right now this pawn is promoted. Can you imagine that? It looks like in this situation f4, it's a move who changed all position. Okay, where is the way to keep the draw without problems? Let's find it. King g4. If I go ahead, it will be a check from the 8th rank, so I should put my pawn. That's a loss in the game. That's a lose in the game too. But the rook has an opportunity to make a check from this side. The next one. Trade-off of rooks. That's the idea of saving the game. Yep. But it's look like impossible to find when you have only 1 minute on the clock. And right now in this situation, after the rook e3, Sinan Sugirov has only 55 seconds. Yep, that's an example why time trouble situation is so dangerous for us. Yep, rook c5 was played in the game, so right now, after king c3 and b4, there are no chances to save the position. Interesting. So, yep, today is the most resultative game so far, because it will be the 3rd game that finished with a result. I mean victory and lose, except of draw. So. the day before day off. Everybody is so tired, so tired. I accept what we will see, in last rounds. This tournament requires a lot of physical preparation because, this second time control with 50 minutes means 7 hours games. And it's hard for physical things. Our brain, hormones in our brain, time for concentrating for everyone. So you should be prepared for that. Otherwise, your body will stop after some hours and say something, our resources are finished. Sorry, it's just a biological thing. We cannot do something. It's not the question of, your character. No, it's just a opportunity of your body, brain especially. So, rook goes to c5, and that's the time for realization. As for the second board, right now a file is not interested for everybody because there are no squares to use it. The evaluation here is 0.2, so nothing. Rook a3, for example. Rook e8. Rook is trying to create some threats. No, just go away. Rook d7 can be problematic. So everything can be problematic for the white right now, because that's a pin, that's a counter ideas, is knight in the center. So nothing in any case, but bishop goes to b2. Usually these small moves of bishops means an offer of 3 times repetition. Maybe that's the case. If I were white, I would check this idea with knight on e6 because it's look like interesting, or knight on d5 because these squares, like especially for the knight. Maybe I want to try this maneuver. Of course, I understand that if they really doesn't want to do it, and if computer says that the evaluation is 0 dot something small, so these ideas are not working, but I really don't know why. For example, rook a8, even after rook a3, or without it, I just want to check. For example, I want to tun. Interesting. Rook a2. Okay, just continue. b5, so this pin is scary for me. Why? After c4 after taking it will be c4, right? So this bishop is pinned, so this capture is prohibited, but all else, because c3 is the next threat. Well, I agree with everyone who told me that I am wrong. Bishop b2, it's an equality. After rook a8, it can be rook a3, to avoid all this stuff. And after the trade-off, it's totally a draw, 100%. As for this situation after rook c5, of course, right now Sugirev-Sanan will have the second control of the time, so the whole 50 minutes, but the point is the time will not help in this situation, as computer says at least. In my mind, as you remember, I spent some minutes to figure it out how it works, because it was totally unclear for me, because this endgame is winning, but the previous endgame without this check is drawing. But right now I know everything, so I'm a rook endgame specialist, and I especially that one. As for the first board, everyone doesn't want to fix the draw. So, perpetual check, no. Check from the d8, it was the last move before the second time control. The second check, king returns, but after that, queen h8, avoiding a perpetual check. So, as you see, black is agreed to the draw, agrees. So after queen d8 in previous time, they go away to the c5. So Maybe it was a free interpretation, but no. The idea is rook h5. There are some ways to avoid it. Computer says after queen a5. Yeah, it was in the game. Black has some chances to play for a winning, because right now the evaluation is not 0.0, minus 0.1, but it means that there is no perpetual check right here. Check. The idea is clear the f5 square to interfere this spin, I mean. Rook h5 is a bad idea because rook is out of the game right now. So, check, queen d6. The position is getting better for the black right now. That's the only one move with an opportunity of c5. And maybe it was a wrong decision of Ike Martirosyan, who wanted to looking for chances to win, but this is a risky thing because black has an extra piece in the endgame, so computer says that that's nothing to find. Check. Queen c5 is a free time repetition. For example, we don't want to do it. We want to looking for queen a8. After queen a5 it will be for check. Here and something like here. Really, there are a lot of variations. The evaluation is similar and all of this, but for example, right now queen g5 is a bad move because of f5, so all checks from this side, from the right side of the board, is bad for the white, because after f5 one more player helps black, you know, to save their king from the checks. So as for other checks, it's good. Queen a5, I mean. Here, what about time, for example, in the clock? I'm really nervous when I see like 0.00000, because usually it's a typical joke of the evaluation 0.0, but right now it's a 5 zeros in white so my sound model is closed, and right now you see the thing from the radio. Yep, 5 zeros in one line. I mean, it's terrifying sometimes, so let's do something with that numbers. They continue to play or not, or what's happening. Second board, time to choose. Oh, computer recommends to white playing knight b1 with this idea of d5 or b5. I suggested it. Goes here. No, I suggested do it from the other side, from this side, and I do not know what's the difference, but this outpost in the center of d5 looks promising. Why not? g6, computer says. So the pawn is hanging, checks, takes, knight goes to c3, and knight on d5. You know, it makes the player happy firstly, but as for real, use how I can create a noun from the verb use. It may be use, means use, or something else. I just want to check. So this very useful word, benefit, and use, whatever. You can use whatever you want to. Perfect. I like this type of verbs. And right here it looks like improving the situation after knight d5, but computer doesn't agree. He says Zero. Dot, do you know what? Zero. So live with it. Knight goes to b1, looking for an improving of situation. So my prediction that this game will be the longest one, because every opponent has enough time to play for the next 2 hours at least. So. I think my face was really upset this time, so it's joke, of course. Oh, what's happening? Queen stays on h8, and after all this interfering, it was queen a8, and right now computer is sure that the position is black's favor, because they have an extra piece. Computer recommends to play rook d4 right here. Check, for example, c5, even maybe queen c5. Check and f5. Black every time has this opportunity of interfering. This pawn is useful for them, so why not? And this extra piece can be problematic. So. Right now, maybe it was the wrong decision to play for a win. You know, sometimes it happens. Usually all super heroic movies teach us to play until the end, you know, looking for chances and try to take everything that you can take. But our real life is not a super heroic movie. So right now the draw is the best result that you can do. So you should do that. Philosophy thought from me. As for the situation, I don't know why, but right now evaluation is minus 1.5 in black's favor, of course. After rook d4, you should avoid in the trade-off, and you hasn't. Oh, right now c5, for example. It's interesting blunder, because after c5 it's a variation with rook takes d4. I want to show you. Rook takes d4. Your king and your queen stays on the same vertical, so it's a check with a skewer, and the last check with a pawn thing. So you should go away and queen takes d6. Short, but aesthetic. So c5 is prohibited, but unfortunately for white, queen c5 is enough to avoid the next problem. This check isn't working, so all of your pieces is wanted to tradings. Queen goes to c4 and everything is protected, and it will be the next trade here or here, whatever. So queen and the bishop can be stronger than just one queen. Even with condition, then white has a lot of pieces, pawns in the king side. But really sometimes computer doesn't know the theoretical position, maybe he is wrong, who knows. As for this one, board, I mean, something strange. Knight stays on b1, and why is something strange? Why I told that this? So knight goes to a3. This square isn't exploiting somehow, because after rook a3, after rook a2, this knight will kick her out from this rank. So outposts, especially outpost on d5, is strong for the knight. So looks like interesting opportunity. Then you need to check. Why nothing happened? Maybe this game is the easiest one, to give in a comments, because everything is clear after this analysis with king c3, but there is no time, so I don't know what's happening, but maybe next time I will see it in the cameras from tournament hall. Yep, I see that 3 games are left and everybody is thinking. Okay, let's analyze that endgame. White has only one move, Oh, check from h5. Interesting. Another one interesting thing. As for response, from the black side, there are 2 options. f5 with interfering and king c4 with going ahead. Interesting fact that usually in the major pieces endgame we're trying to keep our king near the camp, like you know how it works. But right now the top engine move is king c4, going ahead. This checks is not dangerous. King goes ahead to c3, and there are no checks anymore in the situation. So king goes to c3. It's a forcing variation, so nobody has another opportunity, maybe. I don't know, but right here the evaluation is minus 3.2. It means a lot. Yep, it was king c4. I saw that from the camera. King trying to escape, and he has all chances to do that. So, just going from all these problems. Check from a6. Isn't working too, because king on c3 feel safe. What about queen a5? It will be queen b4. Yep. And for example, what's next? Bishop d5. So the extra piece start working and protect the c6 hanging piece, so everything is good for the black. Computer likes the extra piece, so he trying to realize it in different, ways. Right now, the main idea for the black is exchange of major pieces, of course. So something like here, or is just my imagination? Queen a5, queen d2. I want to put to space, to look at the top engine ideas. g4, going ahead. King c2. Going ahead too, rook f8 for some reason. Just putting on the space. When you put on the space, computer automatically makes the first line of the engine analysis. So we sometimes blackmail the opponent with an exchange of queens. This endgame is totally losing for him, so he should give us the perfect squares for the pieces, and in the end sacrifice the bishop. I want to check what will be after the capture. Check, goes away. Check, goes away. Check. Maybe it's easier to check from this side, and after... No, it's not easier. Forget. Queen d6. f4 isn't working because of liner mate. And the next rook queen in the end of the variation after 20 moves from this moment. So, unclear but interesting. Okay, to be honest, it's a good practice sometimes just touching in the press button to make the plans from the sides clearer, at least for myself. So, after the king c4, Black has real chances to playing for the victory. If bishop stays on d5, it will be a perfect minor piece in the center, in the outpost, because e6 pawn stays especially for that mission here. And this, that, whatever. You know that in previous times, in ancient times I want to say, before the chess clock, were there one type of games that finish without checkmate. So, in the game, in the ancient times, before the discovery of, not discovery, before the, to tell you this story without pauses, I need to check this word perfectly. Invention. So, in the time before invention of chess clock, there was only one rule, you know, regulating the time of playing. If you fall asleep in the game, during the game, you lose your board. So, that was only the one. Right now it become easier, but I'm not sure. So, knight stays on d5 and bishop on d8, you know, trying to fighting with him. The evaluation is 0.0, everything as we like. This pawn is hanging. Knight e3, b5. Sacrifice, what's the reason of sacrifice? Take, c4. Sometimes I feel confused about the variations that engine recommends to us. Let's continue. Rook a2. So we should calculate it from this moment. So usually when I analyze my own games, when I see 0.0, it means nothing in the position, Dasha. Just stop doing that and, you know, do something more useful. But in this situation, it means that, you know, after 20 moves, it will be something like theoretical end game or not, or perpetual check or not. So right now depth is 26. That means that the computer calculates the position after 14 moves from this moment. And I really don't know how it works. That next move of black should be with sacrifice the pawn, but even after king e3. Okay, I just want to ask him, after king f3? No, after king f3 it will be a winning of the pawn on c4. What's the difference? No. I was happy about my discovery, but no, it wasn't. After king e3, this idea isn't working because of tactical opportunity with bishop e5. So the knight is hanging, but we have an intermezzo with bishop g5. Knight f4 is the only one interfering and keeping our threats here. E takes d3. The knight was sacrificed. d2. The threat of promotion is so hard. Of course, white has a lot of opportunities to solve this problem, but everything goes to the 0.0. Let's go from the straight. For example, why this is prohibited? Because of the rook d8. Somehow it works. It works. An extra piece in black's favor. It's interesting. Especially knowing that right now white has an extra piece. I give up. I give up to trying to understand how it works. So Grandmaster's level sometimes is so unclear. Of course, I feel total respect for everyone, but as for me, it's too much. Of course, we will do the next attempt of understanding. But right now, I'm not ready for all this horror. Let's continue this endgame before ahead. So, for example, black stands here, king goes ahead on c3. Stands here, b4. Going ahead. So, checks from this file cannot help because king has a match root maneuver, has a rod b5, c6, b7, and all this snake for the squares. So it's not working. As for stopping from this side, b5, and what's next? Zugzwang. Okay, right now you should find a new idea of moving ahead, maybe from the A file, maybe not, because of king d4. But right now you haven't, I'm not sure. It's so better to stay in the 5th rank to control this pawn. Okay. King goes ahead as an idea, so king f5, check, king b6, goes on a7. It's better because our pawn is protected. And after some answer, this pawn getting ahead, and it's victory. So rook c5. Where is its pair in the tournament hall? Where they are? Maybe. Yep. Sometimes, hours of giving comments affects on me wrong, and I forget all languages, chess rules, and my own name. Hard life of chess player, what do you want? After the rook a6, it was king c3, and queen returned to the a2, e2. The evaluation here is 3 pawns in black's favor. So much. So, my prediction is bishop d5. Bishop d5 is a great blunder. After queen e3, it will be a perpetual check. For example, rook b3 is the next blunder with the losing of a game, because white has an opportunity to add their rook in attack after the king b4 and rook h4. As for the king c4, it will be check from b3, and after that check from c3. That's prohibited or not? Next check with a skewer. Next check from this side. Aha. So if you go down, it will be a check from this side, and king c3, and check, and rook is lost. So you should do that. And check from a7, control the b6 square, or check from a3 with a skewer. Got it. So at least one variation with clear and not so good, but not so bad. Somehow in average. In average. After the queen e2, in the end of the next hour, it will be time trouble situation, and it became more interesting for everyone. But right now they have enough time to think, and but I cannot think. That's not my specialty. This is not my, Yep. So that's the time when I start to explain everything with a gesture and short comments like here. Why not? So I think it can be enough. So Nancy Giraffe is thinking. For the last, I don't know how much time, maybe for the last 50 minutes. It's so strange because he hasn't amount of time in the online stream. I want to see that because it's really important information for us. But only after his next move, this number of time, this amount of time will appear in the stream. But I'm not sure at that at all. You know, everything is unpredictable in our life. For example, yep, a lot of pauses, a lot of troubles, especially mental troubles. So right now what's happening here? Malakhov Vladimir is thinking after the bishop d8. Bishop here controlled all the squares from the knight, so these pieces are fighting with each other, but as for other opportunities, this pawn is hanging, so there are a lot of ideas. e5, e takes f5, king e3. So, king f3 we are accepting from this list because of the check, and knight takes c4 with an extra pawn. As for other opportunities, so e5, okay, knight c8 to protect the b6 square. Right now white has a passed pawn in the e-file, but king is ready to block everything. This rook goes to a2 with a pin. King f3, g5. Okay, let's start from h4 to avoid g5. Takes e6. Oh, I waited a knight b6, but it's a blunder because of rook b8, of course, with a pin. So e6, that's a deflection of the fork, so you should go away. And after that d4, and after that trade-off, and after that this bishop is active piece. So right now evaluation is not 0.0, and it is only one happy moment in our life in total. So e5, it's a promising move, creating a passed pawn, but after that you should find a lot of tactical ideas more. But now it was e takes f5. This move is easier because no, forget all my sentence, especially last. After the knight f5, this capture is prohibited because of the pin, as I showed you before. But the king has an opportunity going ahead. Oh, draw. Interesting. So, with the move e takes f5, Malakhov Vladimir offers a draw, and Arseny accepted it. So, this game was finished with a draw. One more prediction that was wrong, because I was sure that this game will be the longest in our round, but that's not. But it's happy news for me. Joking, just joking. Or not. So, the draw here and the 2 games left. As for the first one, black is capitalizing an extra bishop. Bishop stays on c4, and computer says that the whole evaluation is 3 pawns in black's favor. What about bishop c4? Maybe the idea is that's the top engine move, to be honest. What's the idea? Attacking a queen, it's not enough to explain the sense of the move. Queen f3 check. King goes to c2. So there are no checks because bishop controlled the e2 square. And queen f2, after queen f2 will be interfere from this side, or even queen b1 with attacking this pawn. So white decided to save their pawn and went a4. Pawn go ahead. As for the plans that computer recommends to the black, rook goes here. For what? Maybe in some variation it will be bishop f1, but this looks like a fantasy. I'm not sure. For example, just continue to going ahead. Queen d3. So the idea of rook b d2, it's a clearance of the square, because right now the queen exchange, that's the point that you can blackmail your opponent. Of course, every endgame with rook, bishop and pawns against rook and pawns is winning for the black. So this move, yeah, maybe I even understand how it works. It was the second game or not? Why nothing happened here? Why? Where the information about the time in the clock? No, here thinking. Thank you for this moment. Yep, here thinking. So everyone is alive. The game is continuing. So good news. He has a 50 hours. Oh, no, 50 hours. Thank you, not 50 hours. Just 50 minutes after the second control. So right now it looks like his time will comes to finish and something will change in this situation. Because if I remember right, this position was before our last break, and our last break was 53 minutes ago. Yep. So much time. I cannot see the number in the clock from this place, but I feel that. Right here, Raunak Zathwani. By the way, he is the rating leader of the tournament, so his rating is 2681. He is looking for something. Computer recommends c5. Oh, c5, I understand c5, because I know that every hour piece should be protected, and right now pawn is protect a rook protect a bishop, so we goes to that. After a5, for example, computer really often recommends a trade-off somehow, or blackmail it. Rook d5. Hard to understand for, us. For example, check. So you should go away by your king somehow. This rook can go away just on h8. And that's a really challenge maneuvers. Rook d5 was played in the game. How they found it, how it works. Really, for me, even using engine and everything that I can use, it's unclear. But as for them, maybe the idea of the move is, control the a5 square. Let's be natural. So in this question, this pawn is a passed pawn, we play in endgame, at least we blocked this pawn on the a5, to avoid some troubles with this rook going ahead. Maybe that's working like that, who knows. The trade-off is better for the black, of course. They will have a passed pawn and king is ready to help. d5 pawn go straight. There are no perpetual checks right here, so everything is under control. And if somehow rook go ahead, it will be queen e5, or even, I want to guess, maybe queen g6 with, no, it might work with some conditions, maybe not so good as our previous, ideas, but I blackmail the opponent with a trade-off of rook. Check, king c3, and interfering after checks somehow. This is, roads for the king. I look at the lines of the engine, and sometimes this idea looks very strange with all this stuff going by the circles, by the rhombus. Maybe it's a symbolic. As you can see, the rhombus stays in the center of the tournament hall because this rhombus is a sign of Yugra. So, right now it's time to make a rhombus for the black king. Something happened. Yeah. King e4 was played, and right now 12 minutes in his clock. Maybe I lost something, but it was 0.0.0.0.0 in previous time, and it was like 50 minutes ago. So, where was the 10 minutes? That's the question. In any case, the game is continuing, so right now it's time to capitalize the great advantage in the rook endgame. The king c3 is a very natural thing because we protected our pawn and we preventing the king d4 from the opponent, so it's easier thing right now. Between these games, first and fourth, I understand here more than here. So, after rook d5, it was check from here, and I think king b3 is understandable, because after queen b3 you have two threats in the same time to your opponent. Firstly, your opponent has to save his rook. Secondly, his pawn is hanging. After the rook h4, it will be c5. Computer recommends. I don't know how it works, but c5 is so better than other moves. Of course, we cannot take here because of our hanging bishop. But after the c5, we are preparing the idea of rook d4 in the next move, of course. So no, there is a logic in the word. Sometimes, of course, I feel myself as stupid, but after some attempts to understand something, usually our business is getting better. So check from f2 and king b3, it's more logical, it's the most logical thing right here. Of course, Francisco Vallejo pawns responds with king c3, so that's the time to do something next, and that's hard to do it because rook cannot find a way. The idea of rook c1. For example, I want to check before is a blunder or is not. Yep, it is a blunder, because after trade-off on c5 we will have the equal pawn endgame with all the things from the child's textbook. So after the rook e1 you should be careful. What about king c4? Yep, it's working, because you are preparing for these things, and skewer is not dangerous for you because the trade-off is prohibited for the black, and before idea is ready. In any case, we finish our 5th hour of streaming. I'm perfect. Congratulations to me. And that means that right now is a time to break. So, see you in 10 minutes. As for new events during our break, in the first board in the game between Vallejo Pons Francisco and Sanan Sugirov, King c4 was played, so right now only 2 minutes 52 seconds left to do something for black. It's really hard to create a good idea, because after this check it will be king b4, b5, sorry. After all threats from the b file it will be b4, so this king and pawns going ahead. I wanted to say guys, but I understand that it's not so respectful for the chess pieces, so they're not guys, they're, chess pieces. So king goes to b5 and nothing interesting here. Game goes to her end. As for the first board, something interesting here. As you remember, black has an extra bishop in the c file, in the c4. c4 and c file, it's a different meanings, so let's be correct. But, not but. What's but? Everything is good, not bad. So king c2, a4, we saw that. Now, rook wants to exchange by going to d5, check king d1. Rook h4, attacking an unprotected bishop, and queen c5, trying to exchange. Of course, white doesn't want to exchange. This endgame is losing, unhopeful for them. After the queen b2, it was rook h5. We then exchange of the major pieces, but the point is a5 gives our position almost equal. Yep. Because this idea with capture this pawn is not working because of the fork to king and bishop. So a5. The strongest move for the black right now is bishop d3. Maybe trying to escaping from the checks, and right now this bishop is controlled the a6 square. Check, going away, another check, another going away. But after this check, is it possible? It's not scary, right? Because of protected piece. So right now bishop is ready to interfere the second rank after the check, so black has a chances to continue their capitalization. As for the fourth board, it was a check, king b5 and rook h1. Nothing special after b4, because this border is not a border. Rook c6, and we just going ahead with these ideas, because black king cannot influence on the promoting, so he's out of the game. That's the reason why the position is winning for white. But right now white decided to check something one more time. Why not? 5 hours have passed and sometimes our brains start to lag. At least I feel that in my brain. So let's be careful, because everything can be happened. Of course they are grandmasters, me known, but there's not big difference, because all of us are human beings and all of us has the same constant in the head. Yep. And if your body said you that stop, like you have no more resources to continue your actions, like thinking and speaking and something else, so that means everything is stopped and you cannot influence on this process. a5 was played in the game, as I said before. The evaluation right here is minus 1.3 in case of bishop a6 or bishop d3. Other ideas comes to the draw. So. Right now it was before, and king goes to d4. So you should go away by your rook. The perfect idea is going to the 5th rank, to keep this border in the 5th rank. But there are a lot of ways to win this game. Rook c8 is okay too. For example, his opponent create a border for you, and you give him a check, and he's going away, and you give the next check, and he goes away, and you place on g5. For what? For example, he stays here. Just tish, 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 tish. Got it. So your rook should stay in the 5th rank to border the opponent's king, and after that it will be easier to interfere the 6th rank, because your pawn goes first, your king goes second. Fine, we find everything. So. As for this game, Ike Martirosyan plays white. Raunak Zathwani plays black. They might agree to the draw of 20 moves earlier when the perpetual check was possible, but right now it's not. So Raunak Zathwani is capitalizing his own extra bishop on c4. But, as computer says, this way to capitalize the material wasn't the better, because a5 pawn had the opportunity to go in ahead, and this variation with exchange and queen a5 doesn't working because of the fork in the end, and bishop is unprotected. So kind of miscalculation or something like that. So, as you know, after 5 hours of thinking, it happened. Yep. As for this situation, I think the idea of bishop d3 is, be closer to the king, avoiding all these forks from d4, because if someone try to give a fork for the bishop and the king, it will not be a problem, because right now king and bishop stay closer to each other, and king is ready to protect the bishop better by the bishop than because that's two threats in the same time. In any way, right here it was rook c8. Computer says that the evaluation is the same, but the point is, after rook h6 we should, return. What about king a5? Nothing, forget it. Everything is working like in previous time. So no, you can do it. So the plan is king a5, b5, especially after rook h6, b6, king a6, king. You understand everything. If you come from So Sanan Sugirov resigned. As you can see, they shaked hands, and this game finished. Of course, right now there are no chances to continue the game somehow, so that's predictable, maybe. Okay. King d5 is not a move, when you put the pieces in the board after they finish the game. If the board is electronic, you should put the white king and the d4 in the e4 and the black king in the d5, and that will means that that was the white's victory. So no, my brain really cannot handle with all this stuff. Sorry, these pauses will be in the next minutes too, because really I feel these sounds from my brain and it's strange. So that's strange. Yep. The third round was 6 hours and 25 minutes, but I feel better in the end of this, to be honest. Right now, you don't want to know. In any case, Raunak Zathwani has only 11 minutes, and this is his second control on this situation, so he should make a choice, right? Right. What's choice? For example, after this exchange, the evaluation is equal, because after the check it will be a6 and queen a7 goes to perpetual check here, and other opportunities cannot stop the pawn. Oh, it was king a1. King a1. Escaping from the fork, if am I right? Yep. King a1. So, I understand the suggestion of engine to keep our bishop and king closer. I figure it out. I understand the idea of bishop a6. At least we block the pawn who tried to being promote. As for king e1, maybe the idea is go to create a checkmate scheme in the end. I'm not sure how it works, because all these ideas with fork to the king and the bishop keeps on the board. For example, right here, you cannot take here and take here because of check, and this bishop is unprotected. So that's not the thing. And what will be after, for example, check? King goes to f2. Aha! This king can help to checkmate from f2, right? I don't know, right or wrong. Who knows? Life is unpredictable and hard and challenging thing. But why not? These checks from the second horizontal will be interfered by the bishop from e2. It's obvious. This thing on h-file, oh, maybe not. As for draw for white, the right answer is queen b1 check, king f2, because if king stays on the e2, it will be perpetual thing. The only idea of black is interfering on the e2 by the bishop, and right here queen goes to b6. For example, takes, rook can... This idea is prohibited because there are two passed pawns in the different sides of the board and bishop cannot handle it. So you should play rook. And your bishop is unprotected. Got it. So this idea isn't working. Nothing isn't working. Queen b1 was in the game, and it was quick move. So I think after queen f2, it will be bishop b6, because other ideas gets the position of white harder. But this trade-off help them. This exchange is prohibited. This exchange goes to the hard rook endgame. So how game should unfold? After the king f1 takes, for example. No, that's плохо. I wanted to say that's bad. That means that's плохо. Плохо is a good Russian word. Thank you for that. So king goes to e1 and a check. Maybe after king e2, if these variations will be calculated, so queen b6, it's look like the end of the game, but not the end, because everyone has enough time to check whether they are right. So interesting. And Ike Martirosyan saved the game if he found the variation with queen b6, because this calculation requires takes, and that's all. So 8 minutes after king d2, for example, queen here, check. In any case, goes here, or just check. No, right now it's bad, because after king f2 you should have a opportunity to stay on b6. So it's not working. You should be ready for that, maybe by playing queen b6 earlier. So after the next move, queen will return to the b file with a perpetual check. Perfect. So where was the mistake? Computer says king e1 was a mistake. So where king wants to go? Tension moment. Hands under the board. What will be next? Time to check it one more time. Sometimes grandmasters make a mistake too, because they are human beings, even world champions. So king goes to f2. Yep. King goes to f2. So right now queen b6 is the only one for the white. Other ideas is making their life so harder. Queen b6, yeah. It was a long move in the left side of the board, so after that king will return, I think, to the e1, and that will be, no, king e2 was played, but with the same result. So that's not difference between these ideas. In any case, this trade-off is not nice for the white, because black has an extra piece in the endgame. So our result is predictable. Check. After the king e3, it will be queen b6. And that's all. King goes to e2. Yep. Queen eb2, check. So, we are ready for 3 times repetition. Can it be something else? No. Here, here. But enough time to check everything. 7 more minutes, so If you're a real grandmaster, you should spend all of your time, to looking for all of your chances and opportunities. That's the rules for the grandmasters. Yeah, I didn't know? Yep, because I imagine it right now. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. This game should finish a draw like 25 moves ago. But after all these challenges for both opponents, it will be a draw, finally. King goes to a3, I think. I feel like king e3. He wants to check opponent of queen b6. But if he found it the first time, I think it's not so hard to found it the second time. There's no difference between the moves. Every move goes to the 0.0, but they don't know it, so yep, it was queen e3. Queen e3, queen e3. The same thing or not? The second line of computer is queen b1 right here. It goes to the minus 0.9. So right now the result is worse. Of course we want to do something, but after this exchange, so a lot of problems with the check, and black has an extra bishop, so what for? What for all these troubles? I am sure that will be, yep, it was queen b6. So that's a border for the king, so he has not the opportunity to go closer to his pieces. So now king d3, king d2, or king e2, because right now this, what will be in the end of the variation? Let's check it. So takes, and king can't help with this pawn. So yep, nothing new for us. The situation is a repeat. But of course, it's, sad to accept that all this long game for the last 5 hours and half of an hour was finished with a draw, because Raunak Zathwani looked for chances for hours, and right now it's time to admit that it's a draw. Finally, it's a draw. Now what will be in the game? Maybe they decide that right now it's time to draw agreement. What else? What else can be in this situation? Even me can calculate everything, of course with help of the engine, but whatever. I did it, so that means that the position is really easy to understand. Of course, when you know the evaluation and the best moves of the whole, Yep, it's funny, but only for me sometimes. The rest of human thinks that I'm mad. King goes to d3. King goes to d3. Check on b1. King goes to c3. It's a dangerous thing, but that's not the end of the game. King d3. This check is really important, but after the king c3, these checks are losing the game, so you should play a6, and only that. For what reason? For the check from a1 in the end of the variation. Takes. That's prohibited because of queen a1, so Nothing has happened. The game is continuing. Queen b1, queen b1, queen b1, queen b1. What else? Maybe... no. It sounds strange. Check. And king g1. Of course, black can create a battery and this pawn will stop on the a5, so that's not an option. Queen b1 was in the game. King goes to c3, as I feel. It's dangerous because of a6 opportunity, but everybody wants to win. Maybe right now white wants to, keep the game. So c3. For him it's right side, yep. So all checks right here. For example, queen c1 and queen a1 makes the position worse. So that's the real time to go ahead. Takes. Queen a7, because that's a threat. And right now, time to perpetual check or something like that, because the evaluation is 0.0. Satvani Ronak decided to go for a walk or just, do something else. No, he's closer to the chessboard. Really? Yep. I thought that this was a strange decision. If he decided to make some circles in the tournament hall when he has only 4 minutes in the clock, so no, it was a joke or something like that. And right now it's time to calculations for Haik Maturasyan. a6, the only one opportunity. I remember that the day when was the opening ceremony of the tournament, that was the day of Haik Maturasyan's birthday. So when he comes to the scene, to take the greetings box with the presents, so organizers celebrate him with a birthday. a6 was played. Yep. I want to upgrade this line in that case. So a6. Exchange of the rooks, I think. Yep. Right now we have the new type of endgame with queen against queen and bishop. 4 minutes. 4 minutes in the clock and in the second control. So queen a7 looks natural, but after that, if I am right, it will be a perpetual check here. Where? Check. Attacking the bishop, so you should protect it. Check. This diagonal is prohibited because of the skewer, so this line isn't working because d4 is controlled. D4 and f3 is prohibited, and when king stays on the... They decided that it's a draw after queen a7 because of the... Oh no, they didn't decide, sorry. Forget this sentence. They just find a new papers to write down the moves, because 60 moves 60 move have passed, and right now they need a new papers to write down everything. So as for perpetual check, this place is unpromising because this two placed is prohibited for the knight, for the king, and I want to check the other side. For example, king b4. Check. This one is bad because of the skewers. That's only what I want to say. King a5. Check. King b6 is a blunder because after trade-off What will be after trade-off? This bishop is lost. So after the king b4, for example, it can be h5. Oh, h5. Why that's a draw? Takes, check, not takes, not queen's exchange. Where is the draw? Check from this side and h6. And that's enough to make a draw. Somehow I don't know how it works, really what's happening. So the next passed pawn on the h file. For example, I found a way to block it. And what will be next? Nothing, but this queen should stay here and block this pawn. So right now that's the situation in the board. King b4 was played. And right now I think after this check it will be the next check. Okay. It looks like perpetual check. After the king a5 at least, it will be queen c3 and queen, no, nothing. Nothing like perpetual. Okay, it was king a5. 62nd move in our game. Perfect. Check from this side. What do you do? It's bad. It's bad. h5. Right here, right now. So, am I understand right that they are decided to go to the end game in this particular case after... No, it's not working. Guys, computer says it's not working. As for me, really, I didn't see the difference between these lines, but computer says that previous attempt to go to the end game was better, but right here it doesn't work. Let's check. As for queen b4 is okay. As for exchange, it's no. It's okay to g4, bishop d3, f4, with the idea of interfering. That's the only move. King g3, going here. f5, the only one. c5, for example. King goes to f4, c4. King goes to e4. G5. What for was we need this move with king e4? I really don't understand why we can play it here. Because queen goes with a check in the end of the variation. So, right here it's time to play king e4, king b5, g5, c3, g6, takes by the pawn. So bishop g8 is losing the game after the some variation with king e3. How you can calculate it in any case, I don't know. Just want to check. c2 is prohibited. Okay, these pawns will quicker. So the right answer is something like this, c2, g7, c1, queen, g8, queen, and this position computer calculated and decided that in our previous things was a draw. Yep. 12 moves ahead. You should calculate to make the right estimate in the whole situation. After the h5, in any case, It was a check from c7. Black avoiding this queen exchange on the a7, so that's a good news for us. These variations with all this stuff of skewer on the a file is useless for us. Fine. So, for example, right here, king h3 is a normal move. Computer changed his mind one more time. So queen made a check from the c7, and you can make whatever you want to do. Because after this will be g4 without problems, after king a6 it will be... The only move for the white is queen f6, and the evaluation is equal one time, but hard, like impossible for human beings like me. Okay, g3. G3 computer recommends. So let's put to the space, not space like rocket science and all this stuff, space like a button who show us the first line of the engine, to figure it out. So g3. Okay, where is my draw? h7 goes closer, goes from the check. Here goes closer. Okay, everybody is staying in their own, places. Do you want to say me that black will create a perpetual check in this situation? They has an extra piece. Computer says they are. The queen exchange is better for the... okay. Now, right now, that's not how it works, because if you gives your engine small amount of time, he gives you strange suggestions. But right here, it's a draw in any case. Yeah. But we can play till tomorrow morning, so never will interrupt us. Interesting. So right now I goes to the 100 moves and nothing become clear. Bad sign, very bad sign. Okay, time to going away from the check. Maybe right now it will be the record. Yesterday when we ride away from the round, we had a discussion about the record of the time, and one from our organizers team had asked, like, will the game be 7 hours on this tournament or not? And so everybody says yes, of course it will be. So maybe that's the 7 hours game. I don't know, it can be interesting like a record. But right now, I have some troubles, speaking about that. So, king h3. Endgame, it's a time to play of king. So, king go ahead, and he will try to help the white's camp to promote the pawn on the h file. Yep. I think the next move will be king takes a6. Or something like that, because this a6 pawn looks like a problem till the end of the game, so if you have an opportunity to take it, you will take it. Yep. It was king takes a6, and in the same second, white responses with queen d4. Queen d4, I think, preventing a queen d7, but computer doesn't like this move. He is sure that it's a better way to put your pawn on the into h7. So, who knows? Right now, bishop is unguarded, so you should do something with him. Or not. Everything goes to the draw, as computer says, but we know that his variations imply calculations in 20 moves ahead. So it sounds terrifying for the human beings, especially after 6 hours of playing. And that's the reason why their evaluations aren't working right now. Queen c8 check. Queen c8 check. g4 or not g4? What about king h4? Right now the evaluation is rising up, to be honest, in black's favor. So g4 is better than king h4. That's computer thoughts. Yeah, minus 0.3. Minus 0.3 right here. After king g3, protecting f3 pawn. Maybe, if you want to avoid a queen exchange, you should protect everything in your camp, because when your opponent will try to exchange the queens, he will blackmail you, attacking few squares in the same time. So, for example, if you protect everything after king g3, so your opponent, no, the evaluation is changed one more time. I don't understand how it works. For example, right here, computer says me like the depth is 28, the evaluation is minus 0.3 after the king g3. Okay, I make this move in the board, and right now the evaluation is changing, so it's minus 0.6 in this particular case. So really, I don't believe him. One more time. 11 minutes in Martirosyan Haik's clock. It's more than 2 minutes, but not enough in this type of position when everything is unclear. So queen e6, and what will be next? Pawn on h7 will be better. If in that moment I want to return, as computer says right here, check goes away, that maybe I made a mistake? Maybe. No, not here. Just where? Maybe in another variation. Okay, I believe... So it was king g3 or king... it was king h4 in the game. King goes ahead because white wants to promote the pair of the pawns. That's kind of compensation in the end. Okay, let's put into the space button. King b5, going ahead. c5. Suggest to opponent to exchange a queen, and he will refuse. Believe. What if I want to just go ahead like h6? It's a blunder. I understand. Blunder means blunder. Okay, happy to be in human beings, because if I think like this, computer, I really be mad. So check. What about g5? After g5, it's a blunder because of checkmate. It's a checkmate after bishop here. And check, and the only one, and this is lost, and this one too. Queen e1 check. King should go to the f4 because h3 is prohibited. Yep, it was in the game. Perfect. Right now the evaluation is 0.0 in any case. I don't know why, but yes. Somehow it works. The bishop is still unguarded, so that's the reason why it was queen c1. Queen f5. You should respond to go ahead and help your own pawns to be promoted. Other opportunities are worse than King f8. You know, right now our stream, it was so easy to you to open your own engine and look at their meanings, measures, but right now I'm your speaking engine. You know, I'm just say out loud what the engine says us, and it's just all my job. Ha ha ha. So I find a warm place. Queen c1, check. It was 69th move. So what will be next? What do you think about queen exchange after queen e3? For example, takes, and the whole situation is winning for the white. f6, h6, bishop g8, f4, and white is winning. Why? c5, f5, going ahead, g5, this a pawn through, so f6, and this bishop cannot control all these squares in the same time. Interesting. Interesting opportunity of white. So it's time to make a choice. What it will be? Whatever will be. Will it be? Yeah, it was queen e3. So the main idea for black right now is avoiding a queen exchange, because after queen takes e3, white will win the game, at least as engine says. But after queen d1 or something like that, the evaluation is minus pawn and 1. So it's a trap, and the trap can work after 6 hours of playing. But as for the particular move, computer doesn't like it. So queen e3. Only 1 minute and 23 seconds to make a decision. After queen takes e3, it will be quick, end of the game. But after queen d1, this game will continue for the next 2 hours. Yeah, today we are going to the record of the... I'm not sure. Record in English, it doesn't mean a record, or it's about, record a video, like making a video. Yeah, it's a record. Sports record? Sports record. Yep. So right now it's a game decisive moment, maybe, or not. If it will be something like queen d1, I'm not sure. And queen c2. Yep. Our game is continuing, so that means that after 6 hours of the stream, we can take a break. I always forget the right phrase with a break. Take a break, of course. So we are continuing after 10 minutes. it was really unpredictable that they are in the moment just ask draw, draw. And they decided to agree draw in this situation. So they're right, of course, the evaluation of the engine is really 0.0, but it was unpredictable for me. Maybe not for them, because it's totally clear, everything is clear, especially after this capture. In any way, our round was finished after the 6 hours and 4 minutes more. So no sports record today. The record was in the third round, so it was 20 minutes more. Results of this game. Amin Tabatabai won Sargsyan Shant and has more strong leadership in this tournament. So Vallejo Pons Francisco won the Sergirov Sanan and go away from the Nins place upper. Wahidov Shamsidin won Artemiev Vladislav and won from the last place too. So Nestor Farseni plays draw with Malachov Vladimir, and Raunak Sathwani plays draw with Ike Martirosyan. Today will be the day off, so I don't invite you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be day off, so I don't invite you, but in the day after tomorrow, we will continue our streaming of chess tournament. So 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament will be continued. But right now, I want to say good night. See you in the day after tomorrow. Don't forget.